All right, ramblers, let's get rambling. Buy me a coffee. Thank you. How you doing, everybody? Yeah, we're going to be taking a look at Jeff. Jeff, what happened, man? What happened, Jeff? Why are so many people picking on Jeff? Ooh, don't trust him. Big red flag. No. He fidgets. Big red flag. The fuck? I don't know if it's like people... I've even heard people that aren't new to the case, right? That have been following it for years. Almost as long as Metrix. But, you know, they still come and they say, no. The way he kept track. He kept track of the men in Wendy's life. Big red flag. Huge red flag. Fucking... What is wrong with you? I mean, seriously. The comments on our 150,000 view video. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe it's a significant portion. I'd say 18% of the comments. Maybe, I don't know, it feels like a third sometimes when I look through. Feels like a third of the comments are like, ooh, jealous Jeff, rage thug, he's a rage thug. Whatever that is. Can we try and incorporate that phrase into society? I want all of you, everybody in chat right now, go out tomorrow and call someone a rage thug. I love it. I love how we can change the world at the touch of a button. Yeah, so we'll be looking at Jeff and looking at... I want to look at his testimony from this year, from Donna Adelson's trial first. It's only short. It's about 25 minutes long, so there's not too much of it to get through, right? But then we're going to be going back. We're going to be going back 10 years ago to 2015 when Jeff came back. He came back to the interview room after the police really hadn't seemed to have gotten very far at all. I mean, there was sort of, General Isom was in there putting fudge on papers. Fudging his way through. And they didn't really 8 months. You'd think that there might have been an arrest or publicized person of interest. No. Nothing. And they still seemed confused. I mean, we're going to be taking a look at that because that is the target that most people who don't like Jeff go to. They go to the 2015 March... I was going to say March 8th, but that's a different day. I think it's March 6th. The interview where he returns. He came back. Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Christina. Hello, Sandy O'Rourke. Good to see you, Sandy. Samara, welcome back. Wendy Fletcher, Victoria Girl, Toyo, Open Country, HTS. And everybody else, welcome back to Metrix. All right. We'll put a little Jeff on the screen here. No comments. First again. Woo. Okay. Boom. And there he is. How you doing, Judge? Feels like it's been a while. Yeah, no, we are returning to our early hour Metrix. What time is it? Christina, focusing on other time zones. Your time zone is the only one that counts. Actually, 9 o'clock for you. So what are you, Central? God, I just don't know how to keep track of Christina. Sometimes it's Mississippi. Sometimes it's Michigan. Sometimes it's the north side of Chicago. Ooh, how clean. Yeah, you like to jump around a little bit, is that it? Like it, jump around. That's okay. We do too. We do too.
By the defense, it is being sustained. You are to disregard any testimony that has taken place by this witness concerning the issues of any statements or any conversation he had with Wendy Adelson about her children's memories. You are not to consider this as a part of the evidence in this case. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Judge. Around this same
what?
time.
Continue? What is this? We want? Right, well, I think it's okay.
Frame, I guess we're talking about maybe March of 14, somewhere in there. Did Wendy Adelson, actually strike that. I'm gonna move on to the coffee shop meeting. Familiar with that?
The June 4th coffee shop?
Yes, sir, June 4th, 2014. Did you have plans?
June 4th was the coffee shop meeting. What was it? Red Eye? Voodoo? Head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. Buy us a Voodoo coffee and support the channel. Also, June 4th, wasn't that the date of the first attempted hit? So Wendy was trying to get the rage thug to become jealous over Daniel's sack so that he would kill anybody called Daniel. Do not cross this man on June 4th if your name is Daniel.
Prior to that meeting, to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was ultimately killed.
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay, and did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Kaplan.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was...
See, Georgia's so great at that, isn't she? She does care about the trip. I mean, but she's, you know, when she says things like, what was it? Demotive. What? She said the real thing of what she said was, I don't care if they went on a trip or not, Judge. And what that does, you know, obviously she does care. That's relevant, but you know, in terms of how it's displayed to the jury, it's like, look at defense counsel trying to chime in with nothing points. They're desperate. They're reaching. She's a master. She's a fucking master. Every time, you know, you'd think I'd get a little bored of Georgia Kappelman, right? I don't. Not ever.
was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before. And it wasn't, it's so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like LA to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th.
Why don't you ask Ryan Fitzpatrick why that would be a problem? What is it with that guy and taking planes? I mean, every time there's some major fuck up at Atlanta. There's a what do you call it? A bottleneck. He runs into bottlenecks, which is surprising given the fact by the size of his neck. His neck is so big that it looks like you could shove a whole wine bottle down his neck and not even notice it was there.
Yes, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why, I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay, I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
That trip, Jeff. Yeah, that trip to meet your parents, which I am totally dying to do. I can't wait to meet your average, nothing, run-of-the-mill parents. But I do have to pick up the boys on the 18th, and I cannot not be there. I must be there on the 18th. So, when is the actual cancellation happening? Because if it was happening before the first murder attempt was essentially called off by the killers, but the Adelsons wouldn't have known that until later. I mean, what would be the significance if Wendy on the 4th is canceling the trip while under the misapprehension that the murder is happening on the 4th of June, not July 18th? Why is she now canceling the trip for the 18th? I mean, maybe she thought it wasn't... Did we get that right? We have to go back, because when did Wendy cancel the trip? Was that on the 4th? Let's go back. A couple of minutes.
Scheduled to happen.
Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an improv
Shit, we're going to go back all the way.
coffee shop.
Yes, sir. June 4th, 2014.
June 4th, 2014.
Did you have plans prior to that meeting to travel with Wendy Adelson over the time frame in which Dan Markel was old?
Okay. Did you have plans before that meeting on June 4th at the coffee shop, Voodoo Coffee, buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix? Did you have plans before that meeting to travel during the time that Professor Markel was ultimately shot and killed?
Ultimately killed.
Yeah, that's right. And on June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy and the kids at her house that night. Middle of the day, she called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville.
Christina, lady with the information, do I have it right? The first murder attempt was June 4th, right? Back me up, Christina.
And
This is when Lewis and Sigfredo were driving around and then followed him to the daycare, but he was with the kids, and Lewis apparently said that, hey, I know I'm not gonna kill him in front of any kids. No way. Michelle, hey, how you doing, veggie girl? And Teresa and Javier Chevalier. Wow, sounds like a car, doesn't it? The Lincoln Javier Chevalier.
he abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay.
Whoa.
And
2 seconds.
Red Eye over on Thomasville. On June 4th, I had planned to see Wendy
Right,
and the
June
kids at her house that night. Middle of the day,
June 4th, planned to see Wendy and the kids at her home that night. Yeah, could you put them to bed? And then, sorry about the state of my kitchen floors. I was planning to get on that, but I had a very important business meeting. So do you want to grab a mop or...
She called me to sort of an impromptu meeting at Red Eye over on Thomasville, and she abruptly canceled our trip for reasons that didn't make much sense.
When was
Okay, so hang on. So the meeting at Red Eye is not where she saw Daniel Sack. This is another coffee shop meeting where he saw them, you know. This is another coffee shop meeting where she called him over to Red Eye Coffee, buymeacoffee.com, to say, hey, gotta cancel the trip, y'all.
the trip scheduled to happen?
The 11th to the 17th.
All right, so you would have returned home actually the day before the murder
Correct.
occurred. Okay. And did she express concern about not being home in time to pick up the children?
Anne-Marie Marion says, I get my weed from California. Is that drugs? Is that drugs?
Yeah, the reason she canceled the trip was I'm worried we're going to get
Objection to hearsay?
Sustained unless there is an exception. Ms. Kaplan.
Goes to motive, Judge.
Overruled.
Don't care if they go on a trip or not. All right, sir, so
Yeah, you do, Georgia. But it was a great put down. In front of the jury, in front of a crowd, motherfucker.
the reason for not going on the trip?
The reason for not going on the trip was, well, it was tied up on a couple of things. First of all the stuff going on with Danny was a constant refrain. But given the stuff going on with Danny, she was concerned that she might not be back in time, even though our flight was to land the day before.
Christina says there's another coffee shop, Metrix, that's name has some religious reference. What is it? I don't know. There's only Voodoo and Red Eye. So I suppose Red Eye could be a biblical reference to when Jesus was on the cross. They said his eyes were all red. And then Voodoo, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's a religious reference if you're a Haitian. Any Haitians in the crowd tonight? Let us know in the comments if you are a Haitian. Say bonjour, say ça va bien, and bonne chance.
And it wasn't so odd to me. It wasn't winter. We're going through it. It's like
All Saints. Look at Veggie Girl with the information. Yeah. Good job. Christina's happy. Michelle's happy.
late to Atlanta to Tallahassee, leaving in the morning. I didn't see any real reason why that would be a problem.
She would have needed to pick up the kids on July 18th, right?
Yes, she knew that then. Their schedules were planned out for like months.
Okay, so you would have returned on the 17th, and she would have been picking up her children from preschool on the 18th.
Yeah, I think 5 p.m. on the 18th, which is why.
I still can't get over this thing. Christina, the first hit, June 4th. Why is Wendy going to a meeting with Jeff Laccase and saying, hey, we got to cancel that trip because I've got to be here on the 18th, July 18th. Got to pick up the boys that day. So what I infer from that is that Wendy knew that June 4th murder was not happening. And that it was now July 18th. I need to know when the trip was, because if it's not June 4th and it's June 3rd, that would be very significant because, you know, let's see if we can do a Google. Dan Markel murder. When was the first attempt? fucking early June, you motherfucker. AI. Who? Nobody. Okay, date of the first attempt. Come on, who's got this information? This information, it has always been June 4th, as I remember. Yeah, I mean, that was my memory. That was my memory too. And, I mean, it's not like they tell us a time of when this meeting was, but he did say that he had plans to meet up that night, that evening, so we can assume earlier in the day, right? And also assume that Lewis and Sigfredo are still in Tallahassee, still probably following Markel, haven't called it in to say, hey, we're bailing on the trip. So we're... I mean, this is really significant. We have to look at everything Katie has said also. Because I would have assumed... I mean, okay, what do we know from the actual murder? We know that Sigfredo called Katie an hour or so, 90 minutes later, to say, hey, it's done. And she said, I know. And let's not have any speculation about that at the moment. So would he have called to say, hey, we're heading back. No murder today. No murder today. It's reasonable. It's reasonable. You know, he would want her to know that they were, you know, safe and not arrested, maybe. So he could have called her to say, we're bailing, we're heading back. What's the earliest in the day that they would have headed back? Well, let's say they follow him in the morning to daycare. He's with the boys. They bail. I mean, they would have bailed at that moment. It seems if the reason for bailing was the fact that Markel was with the boys, they wouldn't have stuck around long enough for Markel to leave the boys at preschool and then continue to follow him, because then he wouldn't have been with the boys. You know, if the excuse had been something like, well, you know, we followed him to the university, but there were too many people around, you know. So by the reasoning offered by Luis Rivera, we couldn't kill him because the boys were there. We can assume that they bailed early, 8:30 in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, when he dropped them off at preschool. It's an assumption, but based on evidence. So let's say they're on the way back. Sigfredo phones Katie, let's say 10 o'clock. You know, we're giving rough pencil lines here just to flesh it out, okay? Just walk me through it. Sigfredo contacts Katie at 10 o'clock when they're on the way back, say, hey, listen, no go today. It's not happening today. Call it off, you know. And it does seem likely that he would have done that and not waited the 9 hours or whatever it was to get back to Miami, because other moving parts, right? You have to consider those. So yeah, let's assume with strength that there was a call, 10 o'clock, Sigfredo to Katie, murder's not happening today. Katie relays that information to Charlie. Charlie goes to Donna, Wendy. That could all happen very comfortably within minutes, but let's say it's a couple of hours. That brings us up to midday on the 4th. And then Jeff meets with Wendy at All Saints Voodoo Red Eye Coffee, buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. And she cancels the trip. So that fits. That fits well. I mean, it's tight. But it shows a chain and the timings work out. And what Jeff just said about their schedules are mapped months in advance, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume that Wendy would have had in her mind, you know, if for any reason it doesn't happen today, what is the next day we're setting up? And that day would have been July 18th. Meaning that she would have been prepared to cancel the trip to meet Jeff's parents, where she would have been arriving back to Tallahassee from California on the 17th, having to pick up the boys in the evening or late afternoon of the 18th. It works. Never noticed that before.
I mean, I didn't object. I just said, okay. I didn't make a thing out of it, but it didn't make any sense.
And that, just for clarification, that conversation occurred on June 4th.
It did.
Okay, when was the next time you saw her after that coffee shop meeting?
Yeah, so that was mid-afternoon, and in the evening, I had plans to go see her and spend time with her and the kids. And then she had contacted me that she wasn't feeling well and I should rush over there, essentially.
Welcome back, riding shotgun in your rightful place as Chief of Security. How you doing? Good to see you, riding.
She had a stomach problem, so I got there as quickly as I could.
All right, so did you go to her residence that evening?
I did.
And what happened when you got there?
Well, on the way there, I remember contacting her and asking her, do you want me to stop and get some stomach medicine or something like that, and didn't.
All right, so yeah, now it's totally confirmed because of the Pepto-Bismol, right? So that was a real quick. You know, the killers are in town. They've got instructions to kill. And on the same day, Wendy is canceling the trip to go and meet Jeff's parents, with the reasoning being that she must be there in town to pick up the kids on the 18th. Even though she was arriving back on the 17th from California, and it wasn't a heavy weather situation, it was a good month for aviation, you know. July, everyone loves flying in July. Pilots love it. So yeah, I mean, it really does show. Let's go at it again. Say the murder did happen on June 4th. And the interview and the memorial and Donna and Harvey coming up to Tallahassee and blah, blah, blah. Harvey sleeping in a chair, staring at the door, ready to defend his family from jealous Jeff, rage thug Jeff. If all of that had happened subsequent to a murder happening on June 4th and not July 18th, this trip to meet Jeff's parents would have been cancelled anyway, right? Oh, obviously. I mean, they would have thumbed him out as a suspect back in, the previous month. So the fact that she was cancelling it by way of her order is purely because she knew that the murder was not going to happen on June 4th. But then, hang on, okay, let's go back here a second. We've established that on June 4th, Wendy and Jeff had a meeting in All Saints Red Eye Voodoo Coffee, buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix, where she told him, can't do the trip to meet your parents in California because I got to pick up the kids that day, July 18th. Can't miss it. That shows that she had information that the murder was not happening on June 4th, as we just discussed, probably because the killers, Sigfredo and Luis, bailed early in the day because their reasoning was that he was with the boys and he was dropping off the boys at daycare, which happens early in the morning, right? 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock. So, we can assume that their decision to bail happened early in the morning when he was with the boys. So if they're calling Katie, Katie's calling Charlie, Donna, Wendy, Wendy has knowledge that the trip's been cancelled by midday. Easily, with fucking ample time for other stuff. Now, what about later that day when Wendy is sending Jeff out to get Pepto-Bismol? Because remember, that was always a big thing. I was sent out to a drugstore to get you Pepto-Bismol when the killers were in town, so it would look like that I just ran over to Trescott Drive and blew him away. There's something tricky about this. It's a lot different. It's a lot different to, hey, Jeff, when are you going out of town? Oh, you'll be driving up Thomasville at exactly this time? Boom, that's when the murder happens. That's different. So what I'm now seeing for the first time is that whenever Wendy sent Jeff out to get Pepto-Bismol was not, to make it look like he was going to run over to Trescott. It was just, she probably just didn't want him in the house. Okay, kitchen floors are done. Boys are in bed. Oh, well, I've got the stomach flu. So if you could just run out to the drugstore, run an errand for me, and then you can go. Because I'm ill. Very ill.
I believe she told me not to. Once I got there, she hemmed and hawed a little bit, and then eventually I left because she was a complete anxious wreck. She didn't have the flu. She didn't have food poisoning. She was just a nervous, anxious wreck, and it was affecting her stomach. So after a little while, I drove to a nearby convenience store to go get her Pepto-Bismol, which I recall.
Nearby, I think it was 45-minute transit, wasn't it?
Because I have a credit card receipt from this random convenience store a few miles from her house.
All right, so she was a nervous wreck that night, and did she tell you what the problem was or not?
No, there's no discernible. I couldn't figure it out. She didn't tell me.
Okay. All right. Was there a time when you were over at Ms. Adelson's residence and you observed that her TV was broken?
Yes.
Okay, tell me about that. When did that occur?
That would have been around the week of June 11th to 18th, somewhere in that time period. I went over Wendy's to spend time with her and the kids, and she asked me to take a look at the television. I turned it on. She said there was a problem with the TV, so I turned it on expecting to see like input 1 flashing, or the kids pushed the wrong button or whatever. And what I'm looking at when I turn it on is a screen that's been partially shattered, that's been struck by an object. So she had a broken TV.
All right, and did
I'm half expecting the defense to chime in with an objection, saying calls for expert testimony. How does he know what a broken TV looks like?
did she know? Did she tell you what happened to the TV? How it got into that?
No, she
state?
kind of asked me to look into the TV, as if, she didn't know. I looked around. It was impossible to me that the kids would have done it, but I didn't know about a better explanation at the time. So I was kind of mystified as to what happened. It looked like a human being stood, between 5 and 6 foot, something like that. It stood in front of it and hit it. That's what it looked like. But she was asking me.
Okay, so it was like an impact mark, like a round impact with spider webs.
Exactly. Then the pixels are distorted. Most people have probably seen this. So it's, and it wasn't completely shattered. You could sort of see what was going on the television, but it's not a TV anybody would normally watch.
Okay. All right, so let's.
Yeah, that fucking psycho. Hey, let's sit down with the kids and watch. What did they watch? I forget what it was. Some horrible film about something. Yeah, let's sit down and watch it on this. Let's make them watch it on this.
Move away from the TV for now. Was there a date that you had with Wendy Adelson on, gosh, have I gone backwards in time here? It was the day before her birthday. What was the date of that?
We were scheduled to have a date. The day before her birthday is April 21st. We were scheduled to have kind of a special date night that night.
How'd that work
Wendy didn't answer her phone, didn't answer texts, and I got so concerned about her.
Yeah. So it's not a good start. We were meant to have this special date night, birthday date night, dinner, fucking, and none of that happened.
A few hours after the date was supposed to have started, I just drove over there to check on her, knocked on the door for a while. She finally came to the door, appeared to be intoxicated, and not just on alcohol. I mean, weary-eyed. I'm not sure what substances, but it wasn't good. She wanted me to stay, and I was annoyed enough that I actually just left. I didn't stay the night. So.
Okay, so I kind of got our timeline out of her, but some erratic behavior from her on April 21st and then again on June.
What's the matter, Jeff?
That's right.
Okay.
So, Jeff, do you not have any fun ever?
I'm going to approach and show you a text message that was sent on June.
Jeff, we want you to settle a bet for us. We want to know if you were born before disco or after.
28th of 2014. And I've marked it as...
What about Donna here? Donna, were you born before jazz or after?
It's Exhibit 141. Have you ever had a chance to review this text message before?
Yeah, you showed this to me last week.
All right, and this message had never been shown to you before last week, right?
Right.
And it's been testified that this was from Wendy Adelson to her brother Rob Adelson, but it concerns you.
Yes.
Is there anything factually incorrect in what Wendy Adelson is stating in that text message?
Well, when she says I haven't told mom and dad about me, I met them multiple times. It's impossible that they didn't know we were dating. For example, I was aware that that Donna wasn't thrilled that I wasn't Jewish, So that doesn't add it. This doesn't make sense to me in terms of like seeing me for 6 or 7 months.
So in that text message, she's saying, that you're a secret boyfriend from the parents. Were you a secret boyfriend from the parents at that time?
It's implausible. No, I don't think so.
In fact, you'd met the parents several times.
Yeah, and had conversations with them, limited conversations, but conversations. And the other part that's I think really significant is the kids talked about me constantly. I have all kinds of text messages and emails where Wendy's mentioning the kids are down in South Florida talking about me.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence.
Yeah, you were their favorite babysitter, Jeff. They talked about Mr. Belvedere, too. Yeah, that was the whole topic of conversation at the sushi bar. Mr. Belvedere and Jeff.
It's 141.
Any objection?
Can I see that, please? No objection.
Stage 141 is admitted at this time.
Ryan Fitzpatrick is a meathead thug. But not a rage thug. He's a roid rage thug.
Okay, I want to draw your attention next to a disagreement that
Every time his balls shrink, he punches through a wall.
occurred with Wendy Adelson on June 29th of 2014. Do you recall that incident?
I do.
Okay. And at that time, did you confront Wendy about some suspicions you had that she was seeing other men?
Yeah, that was part of it. That was the main part of the disagreement. I also had spent the last 2 or 3 months concerned that she seemed to be stringing me along.
Where did
Anne-Marie, is Jeff married now? I don't believe so. We get a trickle of information, but with respect, I never like to fucking be one of those people. It's like, oh, tell me information. Is he married? Who to? Yeah, no, he's married to the truth. That's who he's married to. But no, I don't believe he's married.
the fight occur?
The fight occurred in Gainesville.
Okay, and I say fight, it was a verbal disagreement.
Verbal disagreement, and argument's not even the right word. We just exchanged words. Yeah.
Okay, and did
So you didn't fly into a rage and smash the coffee table in half with your own head? Just picks it up and bashes his head through it, That's why he's all red. It's the mark.
that exchange of words lead to an awkward drive?
Oh, look at that. Wow. Who dresses her? And how do I get their job? Imagine that. An entire, collection of clothes for you to choose from, and you get to dress Georgia Kappelman and say, listen, I think today we're going to go with neutral tones and a little scarf thing around a roll neck sweater that you're going to wear inside a tightly fitting jacket. What a great job. And what a great job they do. But she can't dress this well on her own, can she? At the same time as doing all the work and the law and, the discovery and all of the stuff that she has to do. On top of that, she's going to dress that well? I don't believe it. I don't believe it at all. She has help. And I want that job.
Together back to Tallahassee.
It did. A very awkward drive back to Tallahassee.
And that was,
That's the morning of 29th. It's the 29th or 30th. It's the 30th, the morning of the 30th.
morning of June 30th.
Yes.
Okay. And after you parted ways, once you returned back to Tallahassee on the 30th, what was the status of your relationship over the next couple weeks?
Yeah. Well, we left that, when I left on the 30th, when he was clear that it wasn't over, but it wasn't great that we'd had this exchange either. So over the next couple weeks, we had phone calls, text messages, video chats with the kids. My take was, seems like it's probably going to be okay, but I didn't know for sure. It did string the relationship out another couple weeks when it easily could have ended.
When was the next time you saw her in person?
July 13th.
All right, so about, I guess that's the Sunday before the murder, is that right?
That's correct.
And where did you see her?
We went to dinner and a movie. I picked her up at her house at Aqua Ridge. We went to dinner and a movie and then returned there.
Okay, well, we're on the topic of Aqua Ridge.
Okay. Look, I'm all for traditional dates, But Jeff, I hope you've grown a little bit, Dinner and a movie? It's not 1955. This isn't American Graffiti. Dinner and a movie. Is it a drive-in theater? Where you have your burger and fries on a little fucking tray that they put on the side of your 1960 Impala? Like, what the fuck? Dinner and a movie. I don't think I've ever, well, I guess, yeah. I think it was lunch. Lunch and a movie, but it was the other way around. It was a movie and lunch. You see, even that sounds better, dinner and a movie. We had a movie and lunch. Yeah, what was that lunch? I believe it was Thai. Man, they had these butterfly prawns with a salt and chili glaze. Holy shit. And a very delicate garnish salad along with it. Man, those were good. Those were real good.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence. Is that in evidence, Mr. Kim?
Nice poker face, Donna. God. You can just feel the energy of that glare, can't you? This is not a person looking at another human being. This is a person looking at a problem, right? That is the same look that you get when you realize that the toilet is so clogged that no amount of drain, unblocker, chemical is going to do anything, and you're going to have to do shoulder deep into 3 feet of shitty water and pull it out with your hands. That's the look that you get when you realize that kind of endeavor, right? You realize what's in your future. And what's in your future is putting your full arm, shoulder deep, into 3 feet of shitty water to pull it out with your hands. That's the same look.
That was in the PowerPoint, so you're not gonna find it. All right, we'll circle back to Aqua Ridge. So we're on the
Best way to support the channel, buy me a coffee. But also, because we're modern, the app, very, very modern and easy. And instant. PayPal app. You know, we made a decision today. Last night, I had to fucking spend 45 fucking minutes to cook a frozen fucking pizza. Because I had to keep going out to the electricity box to reset it because the fucking oven cuts out if you use it because they've limited me. So we're done. We're done with this shit, man. I don't know who I was trying to impress. We took the van out today. We fixed that serpentine belt, so it's running. I did have to charge the battery, but no, but we took it out. I want a fucking full inventory. I want to get all the shit out of there that I can throw away. And then, we're just going to move back in there. Why the fuck would anybody pay rent? What a stupid idea. And it's been months and months of this. And for what? Okay, there's light and electricity. I mean, those are helpful things, but is it helpful enough? Really? Fucking hell. So anyway, we're done with this shit, and we can, and then we're gonna be rich. The less you have, the more you have, right? Right? But yeah, do support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrime Metrix, and PayPal is an instant PayPal and modern.
The disagreement, didn't see her for a while, saw her on July 13th. And you were at her residence. What was the plan for that evening?
I didn't know. It was just to spend time together.
I didn't know what the plan was. I mean, I know what I was hoping would become the plan. But I was still stuck in my hero complex, and I thought just being a nice guy was enough. Oh, Jeff. How long did it take you to learn that? That's not what they want. It's not what they want at all.
I maybe talk about the relationship some, but we were conversing. We came up in the context of whenever Wendy got back from Miami, she was always very upset about the fact that the relocation had previously been denied. I mean, it had been legally denied, but she wasn't over it. It was a constant refrain about how much she hated Tallahassee's relationship. And I'm asking, are you going to be here? Because with the constant complaining about how hard it was on her parents to transport the kids and just the constant complaining, I was just thinking, is she even going to be here? Is it worth trying to push forward in the relationship? And she said the only way that I'd ever relocate is if something would have to happen to Danny.
Subject to the same ruling at sidebar, is overruled pending the other matters that...
Well, wouldn't that be an incentive for Jeff not to kill him? The only way that I could move away from Tallahassee and leave you is if something happened to my ex. So he's not going to run out and kill Markel. You know what I mean? Then she moves away.
do have to be addressed.
Reptilian, yes.
Please repeat your answer.
Yeah, the only way she'd ever be able to relocate is if something happened to Danny, was the first statement.
Okay, and did she mention anything further about something happening to Danny?
Can I give the context before the next?
Yes.
Yeah, so I was getting a little tired of this whole drama around the relocation, and so I pushed back on Wendy a little.
Oh, what's bullshit? Did I say something wrong? What did I do, Michelle? God, you make me want to run under some furniture that's really low, like a rat, and hide. She scares the shit out of me. Really. That is total bullshit, Metrix. What? What did I say? I'm sorry, whatever it was.
Bit and said, like, you're gonna have to kind of make your peace with this. You're gonna have to take some responsibility for this. You're linked to Dan Markel for life. Kind of challenged her a little bit, and she said,
Oh, it's freezing again? Shit. Well, we've got this thing pointing out of the window. That's another reason. Better fucking phone signal when we're in the van. I mean, everything is better and cheaper in the van. It's warmer, too. The fuck?
well, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. And she said, last summer,
Objection. Gonna repeat the same objection. Our Senate court's rules ruling.
Same ruling remains. The objection is overruled. You may continue with your answer.
Fucking sound is down, too, Roddy? Right. I mean, shall I open the curtains? Maybe the curtains are stopping the sound. Sorry. What a bummer. It's like our first on-time stream in a while. You know, I just wanted it to be real good. God damn it. Now we've got internet issues? Fuck.
she
Can
said,
I tell you something in confidence?
yeah, can I tell you something? After I challenge her, can I tell you something in confidence? Sure. Well, last summer, my brother looked into all options possible to take care of the Denny Markel problem, including hiring a hitman, and it would cost about $15,000.
Okay, and when she referred to her brother, she's got two of those, right?
She said Charlie.
Okay. And when she said Charlie looked into hiring a hitman, are you familiar with Charlie's joke? I looked into hiring a hitman, but got you a TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper.
Yeah, Wendy had told me that joke a couple of times. This was not that joke.
Okay, so this was something different.
Yeah, the joke was said with levity. It's a dark joke, but well, this I found chilling. I found disturbing. It made my stomach flip. It kind of took me aback. It was, she was dead serious when she
Okay.
said this, and she'd asked to tell me in confidence, which you don't do before you tell a joke.
Okay. So I want to take you to the next day then. So we're at July 14th, the Monday before the murder.
Yes.
Did you see Wendy Adel?
Yeah. Can I tell you this in confidence? Poor man and rich man have the same wedding anniversary. Every year they go out shopping for their wives. Poor man says to the rich man, "What did you get your wife this year?" Rich man says, "Well, I got her a diamond ring and a brand new Mercedes. So if she doesn't like the diamond ring, she can take it back in the Mercedes and still be happy." Rich man says to the poor man, "What did you get your wife this year?" Poor man says, "I got her a pair of slippers and a dildo." Rich man says, "Pair of slippers and a dildo? What did you get her that for?" Poor man says, "Well, if she doesn't like the slippers, she can go fuck herself." In confidence. I'm telling you that in confidence.
Wilson on that date.
Yes, we had contact throughout the day trying to arrange some kind of date. It kind of ebbed and flowed. But she was real enthusiastic about seeing me at one point, and then like mid-afternoon.
All right, so these goddamn sound issues. Well, thanks for letting us know, guys. Maybe if I put the phone way over there. Yeah, that'll be good, won't it? Just want to do a fucking nice show. Okay. 77%. We got all the tech in the world, and it all hinges on some fucking Portuguese cell phone towers.
And let's just meet at yoga is what was decided. So we went to yoga.
Okay, what happened after yoga?
Well, I was wondering why we were at yoga, because when he was being very strange, I felt like the relationship was over. She wasn't feeling well. I'm not a big yoga guy, so I didn't understand why we were at yoga for like 80 minutes, stretching. But then when we left yoga, we barely spoke, and I was just getting a vibe. It was pretty clear to me. My internal thoughts were like, well, this is over. And she didn't want to spend time with me the rest of the week, so I just put my hands up like this. I remember this vividly, and just turned around and walked away.
Where were you when that was happening?
We're in the parking lot of Journeys Yoga over by Winn-Dixie.
Okay, so you have your two respective vehicles there, and
Yes.
you're parting ways.
Yes.
Winn-Dixie. Is that a real place? Winn-Dixie, Tallahassee. Oh, Winn-Dixie. Oh, it's a shop. Oh, it's like a supermarket. Oh, I thought it was a street name. Sure. What do they got here? Ooh, steak. Anyway.
Okay, what happens as you walk away?
Get about 10, 15 feet away from her, and she calls after me. I turn around, and she had a series of detailed questions about what I would be doing on Friday. I had a trip to Tennessee planned, and she wanted to know if I was going on that trip. And she wanted to know what route I would be taking. And if I didn't go on the trip, why wouldn't I go on the trip? And I answered the questions as best I could, but I was confused why, at that moment, she wanted to know the details of what I was doing on Friday, when she expressly didn't want to spend time with me on Friday.
Okay, and we now know that Dan Markell was murdered on Friday.
Yes.
Right? If you had taken the trip as planned, which is as you reported to Wendy that day, what would your route have been?
I would have.
If anyone mentions a fucking Prius, I'm going to completely ignore you out of respect for Michelle.
Left my house at about 11 a.m., which Wendy knew. I'd related my plan to her earlier in the relationship. Needed to get to Atlanta for dinner, and was worried about traffic and stuff like that. So I would have left at 11, and I would have driven down. I would have got to Capitol Circle in Thomasville, which is close enough to Danny's house that it kind of gave me the creeps. It was kind of weird. Yeah.
Okay, so physically, you're saying you might have been sort of consistent with how the killers fled town.
Yeah.
Okay, and after this yoga date and the discussion of your travel plans, did you get an email from Wendy?
I did.
I'm going to publish what's been introduced into evidence.
Should we go to the maps? Let's go to the maps. By the way, we still need Wyoming, North Dakota, New Hampshire, and Rhode Island, okay? So if anybody's in Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Wyoming, or North Dakota, please do let us know in the comments. What do we want? Tallahassee. No. Maps. Oh look, there's where I live. Not for much longer, you fucking scammers. We're heading north. So where is Trescott Drive? You see, I got a little bit of a problem with this now. You know, like other things with this case, people love to Oh, hang on. Maybe that. I guess that does make sense. 1 second, I'll put something on the screen in a moment, but I'm just trying to work this out. And anybody who drives around, so here, that's Monroe, right? Come on, tell me the fucking street name. Monroe, right? I think it's Monroe. Okay, let's screenshot this puppy and put it on screen. Yeah. Okay. I need a tiny little car, a little Prius. Can we get a Prius? So, I need something. Let's make, there we go. We want a red. We want it to be red. How do we make it red? I can't make it fucking red? Fucker. Huh. Can't change the color. Oh, here we go. Okay, red is what? This one. FFF008. Good job. So if this red circle is Jeff's car, Trescott Drive is right about here. Right about here. Somewhere here. This is Centerville. Ooh, and then Monroe is up here. Now, I always thought that Jeff would have taken Monroe out of town to head northwestish towards Tennessee. Now, this road over here, the 61, that's Thomasville. So on the north, from the center of Tallahassee, which is right at that cross street, you know, there's two roads north. There's Monroe, which goes towards Tennessee, and there's Thomasville, which goes towards the other way. But we know that he went to Atlanta, and up this way is the 75. Let's see if we can zoom out. Can we zoom out? And then Atlanta. God, it's fucking, it looks really far when you look at it like this. The fuck? But the question is, hang on. Yeah. So from Tallahassee, you got that one there, the 319, right? 319. Look, there's Thomasville, the actual Thomasville. But then onwards, you go to Moultrie. You go to Moultrie, and then you connect with the 75 going up, which will go all the way to Atlanta, which is like even double the map up. Look, we're not even at Macon. but it goes eventually to Atlanta. But the question is, yeah, you definitely go, like, even though you definitely go to the 75 instead of going up this 27. So he would, my point is that he would have taken Thomasville, not Monroe, even though he was heading, his destination was northwest, but he left town in a northeasterly direction. But that was to get to the 75, which would take him all the way up to Atlanta on a nice, fast, straight road. Solved. Mystery over.
Sorry, 64 GG.
Whoa. Michelle saying now, Metrix, I had to leave the Moms for Justice. I think I saw that once. Chat last night. She was going on and on about Monroe and then about Lewis and Sigfredo climbing out of the sewer drain soaking wet. I said how I felt and left irritated. Yeah, God. People love to get on that, don't they? And the thing that really bothers me the most, aside from you know what, is when people fall on a piece of evidence, like one witness saying, "Yeah, I saw a Hispanic man, two Hispanic men, one tall and one small." And people go, well, that's fucking 100% proof, rather than just looking at something that would be consistent. And something that's consistent only becomes a point of interest if there are multiple things that make it consistent. You need that cluster, right? And what is the cluster? That they were near the house? Well, there were burglaries in the neighborhood. We know that. We know that from Jim Geiger. That's why he went round there. You know. He heard a smash, a bang, whatever it was. He didn't think it was a gunshot at the time, did he? Because that's not where your brain goes, unless you live in Texas. Then it's the first place. Door opens too loudly and you think, hey, someone's shooting. Or maybe they just call it relieving stress. Someone's relieving stress with a gun. Oh. Yeah, people love to jump on that, don't they? They go, oh, well, short Hispanic man? No, was it? Tall Hispanic man and a small Hispanic man. It must be them. But really, there were burglaries in the neighborhood. Probably, you know, committed by non-whites. I mean, like, you know, statistically, I'm not expressing my own judgments on that. But is that not a fair statement? Are most burglaries committed by non-whites? Let's check it out. I'm not saying that that's justifiable or intrinsically linked to racial shit. I'm just, you know, statistics. What am I writing? Are most burglaries committed by non-whites? No. Most burglaries are not committed by non-whites. white individuals are arrested for burglary more often than other racial groups in the United States, though arrest rates for black individuals are higher relative to their proportion of the population in places like England and Wales. Huh? In the US, white individuals accounted for the largest percentage of arrests for all crimes, including burglary, in 2019. However, in England and Wales, the arrest rate for black people was higher than for white people. Wow. So it's not the non-whites that are committing the most burglaries, apparently, in the US at least. I would have thought it was the other way around. Well, that's probably just because of TV, isn't it? It's always a Mexican or a crackhead Mexican or, you know, I don't know. But some burglaries are definitely committed by non-whites, and some of those non-whites could be Mexican non-whites or Hispanic. Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were Hispanic, there are other Hispanics in Tallahassee. There's lots. And some of them are tall. Some of them are small. So it was just some other guys that were going to pick up a stash that they left after a burglary, you know, carrying out someone's fucking TV, and they think, fuck, this is heavy. And it's going to be really obvious if we're carrying a TV down the road at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. Or even later than that. You know. So I tell you what, here, we'll come back in the day when, you know, it will be less obvious. Or maybe a cop was around. It's so simple. But people jump on it, don't they? They go, oh, that one piece of merely barely consistent evidence. It's proof. They expose their own thing, which is not to find truth or to solve the crime. It's to have, you know, this embellished version to make a juicy story even more juicy. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible what they do. And they make me sick.
Is this the email she sent you after the yoga date?
Yes.
All right, so is she breaking up with you? Is that clear?
No, she's asking, well, I consider based on our interaction, I thought this is over.
Jeff was out here trying to decode emotional mixed signals while sitting inside a true crime nightmare. Fucking A, right? That's exactly. That couldn't be said better. I mean, that's the 100% what it is. People with their fucking problems with Jeff, all of them are fuckers in relationships. Basically Wendy midgets, probably. You know. But you know, that's what they've done. That's what they've done. And that's what he was doing. That's why. You know, people say, oh, he was a jilted lover. Came back for revenge. You know, it's sad. It's sad how shallow people can be. Yeah. But yeah, busy decoding the emotional mixed signals while inside a true crime nightmare. You see, that would be a great strapline for like pitching a movie to get investment. Right? Let me give it to you in a nutshell. It's about a guy, sociology professor, Jeff, who was out there trying to decode emotional mixed signals while sitting inside a true crime nightmare that unfolds around him, and he's the beacon of truth. Anybody would invest in that. Miramax, those other ones.
I had told Wendy if she wanted to break up with me, she doesn't like confrontation, just send me an email or text. She sends me this, which strings everything out for another week. So she's not breaking up. I mean, functionally, that's realistically, I'm not dumb. I'm thinking we're over. But she's asking for another week, which brings it to the 21st of July. And I was puzzled. I wondered what in the world is going to happen July 21st. But I just didn't respond because she asked for no contact.
All right, so she wants to have no contact for a week.
Right.
Okay.
So Jeff's talking about that moment that he felt the drum beat, that ba-da-ba-da-ba-boom, ba-da-ba-da-ba-boom. We're moving towards this date. There's something about this date. And he thought it was going to be July 21st because that would have been the conclusion of the 1 week no contact. Am I missing Jeff, or am I miss having a boyfriend in general, or am I missing having a boyfriend in Tallahassee? Why does she talk like that? And you know, what I hate and I find transparent and doesn't work on me, even when it's not a fucking murder plan, it's just someone being a cunt, is when people do that thing, like what Wendy's doing, right? On the one hand, she's come up with this method to have a reasonable reason to kind of twist and play with Jeff Lacasse's emotions. You know, come here, go away, come here, go away. And then, like, she's done this no contact thing, right? Which is great for putting Jeff into a pit of despair, of whatever, you know, of anything that could have led to him murdering Professor Markel, you know. But also, the way Wendy explains this to people, the way she explains it to Jane, the way she explains it to fucking Sarah Latour, the victim advocate, General Isom, Georgia on the stand, you know. We've seen this spoken of so many times, and the interview, she says, well, you know, I asked for a week of no contact because to really get to feel absence, so that I know if I value, you know, which is fucking batshit crazy, if you ask me. Unless a seriously traumatic incident, then it might make sense. But in any other context, it doesn't. And Jeff knew that. And the thing is that what I'm trying to say is that she uses her explanation of this reasoning behind a week of no contact and how she went about orchestrating that and putting in the request as a point scoring mechanism, as well as a fucking barely plausible excuse as to why certain things happened when they happened. I needed a week of no contact, you know, not to throw him into a jealous rage that might be believed by some, including law enforcement, to lead to him doing something drastic against Professor Markel. Not because of that, because I was being a mature adult and I needed to find out where I was. You know, there's a heroicism or a heroinism to what she is. Do women not like that anymore? We shouldn't distinguish. It's like actress. We're not allowed to say actress. Heroine. With an E on the end. Is there an E on the end? I think there's an E on the end. There's a hero. There's a hero. She is the hero. She is, you know, there's a point scoring thing. And it fucking pisses me off.
Right, I was able to find that photo I was looking for earlier, 86A.
I hope they're photos of you, Georgia. All dressed up. All dressed up nice. What are you doing for lunch? You know, how would I not say that? I know that she probably has to eat with all the other prosecutors and probably doesn't even have time for a nice lunch. But I'd like to take her to the Metro Deli where Harvey was every day. Pocket full of pickles, you know, a huge sub, foot long, huge thing, 2 foot long, you know. And he'd always be thinking, how can I get this back into the courtroom? You know, when I'm in the Icon, I can have my sub all day and just rest it on my upper chest as I sit in my Barker Lounger. Watching, what do you think Harvey Adelson watches? You know, when he's just zoning out after dinner, weekday, sit down, you know, what is he watching? Probably something either political or to do with Wall Street, right? I mean, he's just like one of those guys that's CNN. What are you watching? CNN. Oh, yeah? Did you want to watch an episode of, no, CNN? 24/7. You know, when you go into maybe a hotel sometimes or a big office and there's TVs in the lobby. What are they showing? CNN. That's just his house. That, you know, he doesn't mind sitting in a lobby. He'd be doing the same thing at home anyway.
Check that. Recognize 86A.
Yeah, that's Wendy's, Adelson's residence on Aqua Ridge, and that's what it looked like when we were dating.
Okay. Moving evidence 86A.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. 86A is admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right,
The
so I
Weather
blurred the
Channel,
boys'
that too.
faces, but this is how the residents at Aqua Ridge appeared.
Yes.
And the kids' art that's shown on the wall here, was that present during the time that you were dating Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
Was it something that like you
I just remembered something. How did I forget that? We got to come.
know, art would come down and other art would...
I'm going to take a note. While I'm taking a note, why don't you head over to buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix and buy us a coffee.com, or go to the modern app on PayPal, paypal.me/True Crime Metrix. Support the channel, support the channel, support the channel.
go up, or was it pretty fixed?
It was, maybe some art would get added, but I never saw any come down until July 14th.
All right.
13th, sorry, July 13th.
July 13th, you noticed that the art had been taken down?
We walked into the kitchen, and then Wendy was pulling art off the wall, the only time I'd ever seen her do that.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, I've nicknamed it the celebration dinner. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell the jury about that, please?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay on
Clark.
the court's prior rule.
How you doing, Clark?
Objection is overruled.
Wendy and I reestablished phone contact about 10 days.
So what did that audio sort the fucking shit out, or what? The phone is way over there. I think I got a text too. Okay, I have to go and check that.
Days after the murder, she called me, and we had 3 or 4 phone calls. In one of them, she related that her and Charlie had gone to what Charlie called a celebration dinner, and at that dinner, Charlie said something to her. She didn't specify what it was. Commented all over the table.
Are you aware, sir, that you were suggested as a potential suspect in
Yes.
this murder? Where were you when Dan Markel was murdered?
I was in Tennessee because I had left on my trip the night before.
So
rather
you
than
changed your plan.
I changed my plans at the last minute.
All right, and you provided law enforcement with some receipts and things to prove that you were in Tennessee at the time?
All that, and I got a flat tire, so I ended up getting videotaped at a Kmart. And I know the TPD used that to exclude me with the timestamp on the surveillance footage.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? At some point, did you learn that the killers came to Tallahassee in June, not just in July?
Yes, when the arrests were made and the document.
Boom! Thank you so much for that PayPal initials CM. Chairman Mao. Thank you, Chairman Mao, for the PayPal support. That is much appreciated, Chairman Mao.
Documents were released. I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans that day that could have potentially made you a suspect?
Oh, not with the eyes closed. I want to pause on a...
At least I learned that, yes.
And did you put together some facts about your travel plans?
Ah! You know, couldn't you just take her on a picnic? What would she bring? God, you remember that game? What was that game? I'm going to bring to a picnic, and then you go around the circle, and everyone says something. And then I think the next person has to remember what everybody else said, and then add something, and so on, and so on. Did that used to be fun? Describing it now, it seems really shit and dull. But I'm sure that used to be fun.
That day that could have potentially made you a suspect on that
But anyway, the real question is, what would Georgia Kappelman bring to a picnic, other than her fine self?
trip as well if the murder had happened as
Yeah,
planned?
that Friday, I was scheduled to go to a business trip in Gainesville, leaving at 11 a.m. So 2 times in 2014, I leave town on a trip by myself in my car, and both times hitmen are in town trying to kill Danny Markel, once successfully, obviously.
Are you
Yeah, but that one time they had a blue car.
familiar with the type of vehicle that was originally rented?
Oh no! And people take what George is about to say as an indication that she actually believes it, which is not true. Georgia Kappelman doesn't believe it. Jeff Laccase doesn't believe it. Not anymore.
In June to make that June trip.
I am.
Okay. And was that significant to you?
Yeah, I mean, this is
It used to be, before I saw a picture provided to me by True Crime Metrix. Then I realized that I was being a fucking moron.
long after this all happened. I'm learning this from court proceedings in 2016, but when I heard they rented a gray Altima initially, I had a 2004 Nissan Sentra, that freaked me out, because that's about as close as you were going to get to my car on the rental market.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as states to mark.
Boom! Thank you, Christina. What does Christina say? Something with letters. Something peculiar. What is it? Thank you for the support, Christina. Christina Bell. WWJD. What would Jeff do? WWJD. Let's get that trending. WWJD. What would Jeff do? What would Jeff say? What would Jeff bring to a picnic? Or dinner and a movie? He looks like a big picnic date kind of guy as well, doesn't he? Dinner and a movie, and then on Sunday afternoon we went for a picnic. Oh, Jeff.
Demonstrative Exhibit G.
And what would the third date be? The third date, alright, so we got dinner and a movie, picnic. What's the same level as boring? Same level of boring. The same level of boring would be... I'm trying to think. Dinner and a movie. A picnic. What would be a third one that goes with that? I was thinking something like a wine tasting, I don't know. But that can be fun. What would be, is there anyone in comments? What would Jeff's third date be? What's Phoenix? I thought Phoenix was a friend. Phoenix says, I've been here for years and watching you all and how he's growing and went from 20 viewers and begging for likes with Adelson content. Is that a compliment or... Is that a compliment or not? It's confusing. We've only got 61 viewers now. I mean, I've just been meaning to talk about Jeff. I mean, I want to do not Adelson's, but I don't have any money, Do you want to be a supporter? We'd love it if you would support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/TrueCrimeMetrix. I've been here for years. Okay, let's break it down. Phoenix Meridian says, I've been here for years. Okay, that's the first idea. And what does that mean? Here, like following the channel? I mean, I haven't seen you in a while. And watching you all and how he's growing and went from 20 viewers and begging for likes with Adelson content. I mean, I think that's what I'm doing now, isn't it? I just, I'm trying to get in front of enough people and then, see if they want to support the channel. I mean, that's my hope. Become a supporter and a member today.
Recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this the make and model of it's not the actual rental car, but the make and model of the rental car compared to the make and model of your vehicle?
Yeah, my car's right on top. That looks just like the car I had at the time.
Permission to publish G, Your Honor?
You may.
Pottery class. Oh. Okay, now we're showing the Ultima next to the Sentra. And whilst I am happy to accept that it's closer of a match, it's a closer match than comparing the Sentra, which is the top one, with a Toyota Prius. It is closer, for sure. But neither of them look like a Prius. And, It's just not close enough to me. It's close enough for someone to describe a grey car. Most hire cars are grey, probability-wise. And why is that? It's because grey paint shows less light scuffs. It's because grey paint is cheaper. It's because grey paint is considered a more neutral colour for when it comes to resale or, things like that. Statistically, hire companies, rental companies, go for grey, white, and black for those reasons. It's a 4-door saloon. Now, I would know instantly. And what if a witness owned one of these cars? Don't you think they'd recognize their own fucking car? Or know that it wasn't their own car? Was it an Altima? Definitely not. I have one. I know it wasn't an Altima because I own an Altima and I'm very familiar with that car. What if it was someone that worked at a Nissan dealership? What if it was a mechanic? A race car driver? You're going to bank a plan? Yeah, hey, tell the killers. Tell the killers. Silver Nissan. You're going to bank a plan on that. Buck off. Total coincidence. 100%. Now you got to say, hey, witness that says you saw a grey 4-door saloon. Come over here. We've got a picture of the car that left the scene from a traffic cam. Is that the car? No! It's 10 years older, half the size. Headlights are wrong. Tail lights are wrong. A-frame, wrong. Wheel span, wrong.
I have one more moment to confirm, please. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment.
Look. Phoenix. What's up, Phoenix? I think Phoenix is having a hard day, everyone. Everyone wish Phoenix well. Whatever he said, you're worth more. Okay, what are we doing now? We wanted to go to Jeff's interview, didn't we? That's what we wanted to do. That's the primary purpose of this. Let's see where we are on those searches. Boom! Look, straight away.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to True Crime Metrix. So,
who is that guy? Yeah, skipping. I don't know what he was selling.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J.
Yeah, I don't want to get too friendly, General, okay? It's Mr. Laccase. It's Jeffrey or Jeff? I prefer Mr. Laccase. And I want a lawyer. 2 lawyers.
F-R-E-Y. And it's L-A-C-A-S-S-E.
Yeah. No, we need it in groups of 3 letters. 3 letters at a time. Wait, he'll write them down. Then continue with the next series. It's L-A-C. S-S... No. A-S-S. That's unfortunate. Laccase.
Let me get your date of birth,
Laccase.
Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit that you wanted to, and you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got
don't
some
mind.
notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down the last few months. So that we might end up with the Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression. And
What? How can I treat? I mean, I can't even be real. I have a Lexus and a Mazda and a Mitsubishi. Well, yeah. I mean, so you know, they're all Japanese. But Mitsubishi, for some reason, are not popular rental. All the other Japanese cars, Mazda. Well, mainly it's Toyota, Nissan, and what's the other one? Well, then you go over to Korea. Hang on, is Mazda Korean? No, it's Japanese.
just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible, I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, you know, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, you know. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed.
No, it wasn't a Nissan Sentra. There was a Nissan Altima, which is the bigger executive. You know, it's like the difference between fucking Corolla and Camry. And then there was the Hyundai Elantra, the same car that was used by Koberger in the Koberger killing day. And then the Prius. The fucking Prius. Yeah.
So I started dating Wendy in fall of 2013.
The fact that Jeff's testimony on the stand was just simply that it put a chill down his spine when he realized that the killers had come up in a grey Nissan Altima. He's talking about being told something, not being shown pictures, and not having the time to process, hey, yeah, like about 60 to 70% of a fleet is grey, white, or black. Because it's cheaper, because it's easier to resell, because it's more neutral, because it hides scuffs and light dirt more easily than other colours. You know, there's so much in support of probability saying, yeah, grey Japanese car. Done.
We have mutual friends, because a lot of our friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talk to a lot of the same people, throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple times.
You talked to who? Who'd you talk
Well,
to?
like the Gamoris, the Epsteins, the Cohens. There's just a lot of mutual.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more from the Cohens. There's no recorded interview. Well, I mean, I'm sure there is. We haven't found it yet. Support the channel. Support FOIA. Support videos.
My dissertation chair, I got my PhD here and I came back. My dissertation chair, Markel and Adelson would have they go to my mentor's house for Jewish holidays, things like that. So we met us through a mutual friend. It was kind of a natural thing. Only two single people in town, both academics, etc.
You and Wendy?
Yeah, me and Wendy. Yeah.
And who was the
first I introduced us a guy named Stephen Tripodi, who's a professor, but his wife used to hang out with Wendy. We just have a lot of mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I came in here before, I thought Markel was a dick. That's what I had been taught by Wendy. Over time, I've realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been heard describing Wendy as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
to you?
To other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, be careful with Wendy. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him, because you see in the court documents, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendy Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. That was one of the reasons I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. Very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the two conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny is an evil monster, and Tallahassee is the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got stuck here because of Danny Markel. And she was obsessed with those two concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day.
Maybe in California they do. Anyway, we got a man on the inside. And if you know where to look, it doesn't take as long as you think.
9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive to that. I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face as this accomplished, beautiful, smart, funny woman. I was with her 4 or 5 nights a week for 7 or 8 months total, I would say. More in the spring than the fall. And she was deeply troubled. She was on psychiatric medications, and in March she decided to come off of those.
March of 14?
March of 14. Spring break, Immokalee, actually, that's when she went off. And this will make sense to why this matters. I don't want to give you BS or all that information, but she's already a sensitive person, so much that, I mean, you couldn't say to her, like, hey, I'd appreciate it if you'd be a little more considerate to me. You're being kind of, you know, she'd break down crying for 2 hours. She would throw a tantrum. I've never seen anything like it. Anybody I've ever dated, I've dated some pretty crazy women. So.
Everybody, I think Phoenix really wants us to notice her. Okay, so why don't we all take a minute and notice Phoenix? Yeah. What's up, Phoenix? What the fuck? Michelle's getting all tense. Don't mess with Michelle. Yeah. Did we notice you enough? Is that okay now?
But then when she went up there to SSRIs, it went from being fragile to being, I mean, she had no resilience. She would just melt down in an absolute second.
For over what?
Anything. Any kind of criticism.
Oh, if you had given her criticism.
Or anybody did. Anything negative. I mean, I've seen her lose her shit over, you know, cake going bad in the oven, and she's devastated for 6 hours. This was in this.
So is Judge Everett. A cake going bad in the oven. I'm surprised. I was surprised we didn't hear some sort of rustle coming from the bench. Just checking that moon pie is still ready.
So this was like.
Oh, it's there.
The state she was in as we approached the time of the crime. So I'll skip the whole thing where we date the first 6 months. It was, you know, she played hard to get. I chased her. And eventually she agreed to be my girlfriend. We go to spring break, and she starts coming off the SSRIs. Things start getting pretty weird in terms of, we had a couple, first time we spent a week together, you know how that is. Of course, you're going to have a minor thing. You're going to find out who this person really is, you know. And she just found it devastating. And a couple of times I called her. She's very narcissistic. And a couple of times, like, you know, I'm here too. You know, just basic stuff like that. But she would just lose her mind over that kind of stuff. So if I just fast forward to spring break on, so I can skip all my bullshit.
I'm here too. I'm here. A person. I'm here. Oh, man. Shut up, Jeff. You don't exist. You don't matter.
And just tell you what's pertinent to the crime, I think. She starts coming off those SSRIs March 12th or 13th.
March 12th?
12th or 13th is when she started. So that was spring break, like almost a year ago.
Of 2014?
2014, exactly.
Okay.
All right, okay.
So March 12th and 13th, y'all in Immokalee?
Yeah, that week we're in Immokalee.
Boom! Thank you, Toyo Open Country. I really want to get that tire brand now. I mean, I don't know if they fit on a fucking my car. You get some really big wheels for the tiny car. Yeah, I guess I could put them on the van, but that had 4 new tires in January. Yeah, it was good timing, wasn't it? Yeah. Get 4 new tires and then go off the road for 8 months. Fucking hell. Get us out of here. Oh.
And that's for this retreat to your students?
Alternative spring break, yes. Yes, sir.
And you traveled with, you took her with you?
She took me with her, actually, yeah. Yeah, it was her. It's a law school thing, and I just went along to help her out.
Oh, I thought it was, because you're in social work.
Yeah, but it's actually a law thing. They just wanted to bring a social work prof, and I was one, so we went. So,
Okay, so these students that are going to this alternative spring break are law students?
They were. And some med students, yeah. So exactly. But one of the reasons I went with her is she's very childlike, very much like a 13-year-old girl. I don't know if she could have handled it on her own. I had to do an awful lot of things for her.
If anyone was wondering just now, like I was, what is an alternative spring break? We can tell you. An alternative spring break is a service learning trip where students volunteer in communities serving as an alternative to traditional spring break activities. Why fuck with the classics? Instead of a party-focused vacation, students participate in projects like building homes, tutoring, or addressing environmental issues. Snore! Snore, massive snore. While also learning about social issues and meeting new people. These trips often include nightly reflection and focus on community engagement and social change. Oh. So this must be where all the pretty people go. Habitat for Humanity. Fuck off.
Her parents, if you investigated, you'd probably see. I mean, she needs to be taken care of. She's such a fragile person. When she would travel to Miami, her mom would drive or fly up here, then go down with her every single time. And
she didn't travel on her own?
No, it was real weird. And at first I thought, what overbearing parents. And then over time, I'm like, oh, I don't want to let her go on spring break by herself either. She's won't be able to handle it. She'll lose her shit, you know. So February, March. Yeah, I think she was cheating on me, all kinds of stuff like that. But that's pretty.
This is that other Daniel guy.
Daniel Sack, yeah.
Sack.
Among others. I think I'll get to that in a minute. There's, I think, a long list, and I don't know how many of them you guys have considered. But as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime, I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was...
I'm kind of a sheltered guy. Yeah, well, not anymore. You're going to be Googling this all night. Sex tourism. Says we can go to the Philippines, Thailand, and Colombia.
I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between...
A younger sister who wrote a book after she got back from Cambridge based on... This Is Our Story follows the lives of Rosa and Mila, two young women from different countries who became victims of human trafficking when duped into domestic servitude and commercial sexual exploitation in the American Southeast. Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization here in our own backyard and the legal battles that wage against their traffickers with their immigration attorney Lily are told in their own voices and hers in vivid and compelling detail. I mean, I gotta read this again. Isn't it amazing? Even the blurb. It's 7 lines of text. Not even that. Six and a bit. It's a small paragraph and it doesn't make any sense. Let's try and give it its intended meaning. This Is Our Story follows the lives of Rosa and Mila, two young women from different countries who became victims of human trafficking when duped into domestic servitude and commercial sexual exploitation in the American Southeast. Okay, that is fucked in itself. It's about 8 sentences in one. This is one sentence. How many ideas are being expressed? This is our story follows the lives of Rosa and Mila. 1. 2 young women from different countries. 2. Who became victims of human trafficking. 3. When duped into domestic servitude. 4. And commercial sexual exploitation in the 5. In the American Southeast. 6. 6 ideas expressed in one sentence. Amazing. Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization. Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization here in our own backyard. All right. Comma, here in our own backyard, if anything. But no. Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization here in our own backyard and the legal battles they wage against their traffickers with their immigration attorney, Lily, are told in their own voices, and hers. Where did that come from? Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization here in our own backyard and the legal battles they wage against their traffickers with their immigration attorney, Lily, are told in their own voices, and hers. Lily hasn't become the subject in vivid and compelling detail. Yeah, I'm sure. And 2 different fonts.
The whole family is real weird. Most people that spend time with them say this is, the social workers might consider incest in this family. There's really violence in this family. Something's up with this family. But I mentioned to you that he talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendy and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like kind of sociopathic, like this is strange. He just met me. He's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
I know. I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit
go
so I
ahead.
can make sure I get it right.
Yeah, please.
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been. Yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub
I'm in the hot tub.
after the Immokalee
Yeah, exactly.
retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with her brother. Met him
Okay.
for the first time.
So you're in Miami at his place, I
Yeah,
guess?
exactly. It's very wealthy. He's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there
Yeah.
and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend and brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened.
Yeah, I mean, I was being kind of facetious, right? I didn't do either. For me, it was an alternative. It was no break. It was break your back and get back to work. I can break. Spring break? Yeah. I just, I didn't find myself believing in further education from all those books. So there was nothing to take a break from. It was kill or be killed.
The day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't that day, but
Okay.
it was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding
Yeah.
as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of
Exactly.
the Korean girls that was at the
Exactly.
wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something.
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to
Yeah.
rape her? Or
Well, it
just-
did not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just.
And that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it's 20 minutes.
Yeah, band camp actually sounds like fun. You know, yeah. A lot of fun. It's like that moment you realise that.
After I met him.
I got you.
That moment you realise that boring girls get horny too.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends, although I've never said anything like that. I would never want to hurt a woman. It's,
Right.
you know, so it's, so it just struck me as very, very odd. So fast forward to April, she's coming off the SSRIs, her behavior is
Coming what?
coming off the antidepressants.
Okay.
So I study that. That's my areas. I study psychiatric medications.
Right.
So
I just got to be able to explain it. If this ever goes anywhere else, I got to be explained so I understand it and that the layperson can understand.
I understand. So yeah, she's coming off psych meds, but she's doing that against my advice. Not with the help of a clinician. You're supposed to go to a doctor, have him help you get off. She did not do that. And she was dropping her dosage very, very rapidly, which is usually recommended to take some time and go slow. She was on a very high dose of Lexapro, like double the normal dose. And so in this time period, one of the reasons I stuck around, even though it was so crazy, was I thought it might be a passing thing because I thought she was having withdrawal effects. Some of the physical ones like dizziness and stuff like that. But sometimes people's behavior gets really weird and that, you know, so you give them a break while they're coming off. So I was giving her a break.
What is the Lexapro for?
It's for depression.
Depression.
She was diagnosed as depressed. And her dad, the dentist, was writing her scripts to what she shouldn't be doing to help her come down the dosage. Because you want to switch to the liquid so you can slowly go down. But she ignored all my advice. I was constantly, you may have seen this in the emails if you looked at it, I was constantly cautioning her, texting her saying you need to go slow, slow, slow. I made her get a therapist. I said, I'm not going to even talk to you about this unless you at least have somebody you're talking to that can monitor your mental health, because I saw she was just spinning out of control. And she wasn't that controlled to begin with, but it was getting worse. Her drinking was really increasing in April. And she had times where she's just losing her mind. I mean, with the kids in the house, drinking a bottle and a half of wine by herself, falling down in the bathroom, bruises.
And that was for breakfast.
Flew to a trip to Chicago. When I came back, I had to go right from the airport to the house because she was just doing so poorly. So she was just not well. Fast forward to May. We have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed, that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. There's no stalking, and she knew that. But
There's been no complaint of stalking against you.
There has been.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mixed Green Alien. You know, Mixed Green says the Korean story sounds like he saw it in a movie or something like Wedding Crashers or something. I don't know what Wedding Crashers is, but you know, the story is that Charlie got taken to a 400 Korean people wedding, right? Which in itself would be something. And offended some of the Koreans, and that they punched him out at the wedding. That's quite a, you know, it's quite a thing never to come up in any other context, especially from Charlie, who repeats TV jokes, apparently. You know, you'd think going to a 400 Korean people wedding, just that in itself would be reported on more than once to Jeff in a hot tub. You know, he'd be on the he should be on the wiretaps with Donna saying, you know, it was like when I was at that 400 Korean people wedding, you know, the only Anglo. Now the FBI, you know, he would have drew on that at some point, right? and then getting punched out by the Koreans at the 400 Korean people wedding. Bet the food was good, huh? Barbecue all round. Everyone gets their own grill. 400 grills.
And informally, she tells people this.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's no...
Oh, no formal legal
You
charge.
shouldn't have been contacted from anybody from this department
Never,
for a
never.
complaint about it.
No, never. I'm not worried about that. I mean, I didn't bring an attorney because I didn't do anything. You know, I'm not worried about it. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
Right, because you see her there, and she's with this guy, and
Yeah.
and you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy.
That's one of the things that concerned me, is that she would bring him up from time to time, and there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but she's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later.
5 to 10 other men. Well, that's not a crime, obviously. But he fucking wishes it was.
Was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. I'd heard of Daniel Sack. I knew he was an ex-boyfriend. But after that fight, we had not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back. It's now June. In June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's gone. He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So Sack, yeah. So I said, okay. One thing about Wendy is this is where I worry about the crime. She's very easily influenced. She doesn't have much of a sense of self. And when she was with Danny, she kind of became Danny's extension of Danny, attached herself to him. She didn't attach herself to Sack. He was into polyamory.
People point to some of the stuff Jeff says here and says, well, that was speculation. He got it wrong. And that may be with certain things. But the things I find he gets the most wrong are the things that actually sound true. This is a good example. He's saying Wendy Adelson she's very easily influenced. She if there was a plan put in place and they wanted her to go along with it, she would have been easily influenced. Yeah. And his observations, it's like they're accurate but for the wrong reasons, right? It's like he senses her involvement, obviously, but his mind hasn't gotten to the place yet where she's the one calling the shots without even calling them in a really clever way. He's done a lot of growing, but he's still a shoot. At this point, he's just a bean shoot.
And having multiple partners, he's bisexual. I mean, so she started doing all this crazy stuff. Sack was encouraging her, from what she said, to have sex with lots of people, not just him. I worry about her. So I'm just seeing her, and doesn't want to be controlled, but she does want to be controlled. I mean, she into a lot of sex stuff and things where she wants to be told what to do. And one of the things I worry about is that somebody came up with this idea and she went along with it because she doesn't know how to say no. She hates confrontation, things like that. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on. It's just uncanny to think back on it now. I said, I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled.
How did that trip play in Jeff's mind, huh? Mom, Dad, this is Wendy. She told me not to buy a Jeep because I'd need to put the car seats in. I hear wedding bells.
Canceled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Winter in the winter, I would understand. There's no way.
Today, bro. I'm gonna
we're gonna get stuck.
whoever the fuck you fucking with me.
Carrie Sue, we know it's you. Hey, Carrie Sue, thank you so much for the support on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics. Yeah. And don't everybody forget our modern app on the PayPal. It's a modern app. It's PayPal. And it's quick. It's quick. Instant. What did we... Carrie Sue says... I want Wendy arrested for a Christmas present. Please, Santa. Oh, yeah. Well, sure. I mean, if he can make all those toys up at the North Pole, you'd think he could get a simple arrest done, right? Easy. That's an easy one. After the toys, it's easy.
Rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be in early June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything to stop that, you know. And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendy Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. And I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year?
She loves the beach. What is she, 6 years old? What's to like about a beach? Don't get me wrong. You know, some beaches are great. They're not in Florida. You know, they're nowhere near Florida. But, yeah, that thing about going to the beach. I mean, the coast, you know, we watch the waves. But again, not in Florida. The fuck? Yeah, it's, you know, seafood. Again, Florida.
Because, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It was just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendy wants... People laughed. I said, Wendy says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, you know, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was... When we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting her, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. there was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there's this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. Like, there's something weird about that week. I don't know what it is.
That's such a great line, isn't it? That day meant something to me before Danny was shot. That's so cool. That's so psychological thriller, isn't it? On some level, my brain was screaming something at me about that day. The cop loves it. The cop's like, oh, I can wrap my cop brain around this. Yeah, so if there was some subliminal clue, and it's our job to find that subliminal clue. If you knew something, that means there has to have been a clue. And if we go back and look for that clue, we'll be doing police.
There's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
Let me back up a second
please,
so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said, I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. Then we have the flight. I find out about Danielle's sack. And afterwards she says, I feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, Anna Maria Island. But people that live in Tampa hate it. They say it's real touristy. And I only know about it because of Trevor Summers. That's where he took his wife to the house on stilts so that he could catch a ferry going into international waters and make his escape. Yeah, and they said to me, oh, typical Brit. You're such a typical Brit. Because that's where they would go. So I was like, well, it's okay. So it's not well thought of, is the point. Yeah. Where are the best beaches? Well, I don't know. Russia, probably.
That she just had an appointment with her therapist, and she said that my main concern is I want to be able to see the kids on that day, the day that Danny was shot. We had people volunteering to babysit if they needed to, if we were delayed. We weren't going to be delayed. And she insisted it was not because she didn't want to go with me. She wanted to spend that week with me. She just wanted to spend that week with me in Tallahassee. She did not want to leave Tallahassee that week.
Okay.
And I mean, there's 3 different times. There's that time, then there's the staycation thing where I'm like, what are you talking about? That's bizarre. And then there was when we scheduled the trip to St. Augustine. If I fast forward a little bit, we had the trip in St. Augustine planned until July 15th or 16th, and she canceled that the last second. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
Well, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person. But it usually made sense. It usually had a reason. And usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted her to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense. And it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these?
So when Canadians go to Cuba, when a Canadian is in a Buena Vista social club in Cuba, do they have to wear like a special suit or get covered in some kind of protective gel?
Plane tickets.
Her ticket, I have no idea.
So she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Yeah.
Same.
Yeah, why the fuck would she buy a plane ticket? Well, she bought that plane ticket to Newark. I still can't get over the idea of someone choosing to have their wedding in Newark. I mean, to even put that on the invitations. How tacky. How horribly tacky. Come to our wedding in Newark. How many people do you think RSVSP replied to the RSVP'd? Yeah, RSVP'd. How many people do you think returned with the RSVP?
Airline? Same
So.
flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually. But I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
Very large hats. I knew there'd be a large hat. Did you have fruits in the hat at any point? Huge hat wrapped in bananas and oranges.
Can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th
Exactly.
to pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I don't know, miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. It's not, I said, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or just the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer. So
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school.
Let's walk that through. So the 18th is a Friday, we know that. Thursday 17th, Wednesday 16th. Tuesday 15th. Monday 14th. Sunday 13th. Saturday
Right? I mean, out of your off
12th.
during that time.
No, I'm completely off.
Friday 11th. He's got it wrong. Right? Yeah, of course. 7 days before the 18th would be the same day of the week. Hang on, is it?
She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents.
Okay. All right,
So three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine,
She
because
says, yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine.
Yeah. No, I did make plans. No, she waited until I had it all booked and paid for to cancel. And then seemed to find that funny. Just to fuck with me.
We have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
wait.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
But I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
That changed, but that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that.
Yeah.
She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I could get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, and she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, I don't get a flat tire. You just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny's shot. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Any questions you want to ask? And I know I talk fast, and I...
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So, in June, these are just my impressions, but there was 5 or 6 times in June I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You had her house out on
every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood, Lane, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my eye, and Wendy would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she was like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, what's wrong? And she'd say, nothing's wrong. Or make up some bullshit story. And she lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react, She made a choice, but...
That's late June?
That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. Also in June, Wendy's a pretty good liar if you get in front of her for an hour or 2 at a time. And Danny's put that in court documents. It's not a secret that she lies a lot. It's how she navigates the world. But she has a problem with her lying in that I found out she cheated on me with Daniel Sack because she kind of accidentally told me by talking about him all the time, and she's just sloppy. So longitudinally, she couldn't keep her story straight. In the short term, 4 hours, 8 hours at a time, okay. Over a month, saying, well, what about that thing? The stories start, not coming. But she talks constantly. She's very extroverted, very narcissistic, very focused on herself, very self-involved. Well, what she was talking about in June?
Yeah.
Relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And
salmon sharks. The fuck? You can't be both. It's either a salmon, big salmon with teeth. Yeah, that sounds terrifying. We have salmon. Actually, there's no salmon. It all comes from somewhere else.
She talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay. I think I missed it.
Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale.
Okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say that I killed Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, like, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way that, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her, but it was a response to a question from me. So, I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was, I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she did. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that at the time, trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not my...
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please.
So Taormina is a place. Huh. Taormina, Sicily. Are you Sicilian, Michelle? I don't think you're Sicilian. You're, Calabria. Calabria. Definitely Calabria.
So
She just, she's talking about Danny. She is completely...
where are we at?
We're at her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014, yeah.
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what, this might have even been, this is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because it's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
Yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. You know, Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, you know? And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations. She's just ranting and raving about Danny.
I was starting to see him more realistically, you know. I looked at him and I thought, huh. Yeah, he's just a fucking law professor. Just a normal guy. I'm pretty reasonable. You know, before he just had the vision cast by Wendy, right? Oh yeah, you should have seen what Danny did today. You know what he did? Filed another motion. Third one this week, yeah. Third motion this week. So he's gonna drag me into another litigation so I can listen to him bitch and moan. You know, just having her input would make you want to, you know, be like against the guy, right?
Very angry with Danny. she's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Denny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar, things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue, and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. You're linked to this man for your life. There's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. Seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
it's. I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So, June. What was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably. I think it's closer to July. Between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed.
So I just saw what a salmon shark looks like, and basically it's exactly the same as that one from the film. The big one. Spielberg. We can't say the title because of copyright, but we can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics and support a salmon shark. It doesn't seem to have quite as many teeth, but the nose is pointy, just like the one from the film. But its body looks more like a fucking tuna. Should be a tuna shark.
Killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000.
This is another problem people have with Jeff. They go, oh, the way he slouched. Yeah, that was no good for me. Big red flag. The slouchiness. So slouchy he was in the interview. And then jittery and fidgets. He fidgets. And what was all that gesticulation he was doing while he was sitting in a room on his own? I found it so funny. The people are basically ready to fucking crucify the man because of how he sat in a room when he was by himself. I mean, it's not the weirdest fucking thing in the world. It's not doing a handstand and singing "Oh Holy Night." That would have been good. Wow. You see, that's why we need AI. We take the physicalities, what's going on spatially in the Jodi Arias interview, and we just lay the Jeff Laccase program over the top of that, so that Jeff is doing everything that Jodi did. That can't be far away in terms of the technology to get it done. How great is that going to be? I think that's what this channel will become. Yeah. It'll just be like, you'll come here to watch someone like Jeff from one interview behave in the Jodi way, or the Stephen McDaniel way. How much fun would that be? Just take the Russell Williams and make him talk like Jeff. Oh, that's hilarious. And then the other thing would be to pick and choose, or pick and mix, what detective to put where. Like take the Wendy Adelson interview, get Isom out of there and put Detective Sergeant Jim Smith in. Okay, Miss Adelson, we're going to do a pretty thorough interview today. And the reason that is we don't want to have to be calling people back and back, So, do you get any chance to watch CSI? So you have an idea of the capabilities of the things that we can do. It's so funny when Detective Sergeant Jim Smith says that, isn't it? It's like, it's so broad. And CSI is a joke. I mean, come on. They don't actually have that capabilities. You know, that's part of the fear control.
And what if Charlie's...
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand. Yeah. Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. I wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but it's kind of similar to when she would say, you know, Daniel Sack and I had coffee yesterday. Well, that means her and Daniel Sack had sex all day. That's what that means. That's how she lies. So the fact that she would leak a little bit of it out scares me.
Which is kind of like, I told you half of...
Did she do it in a way that was like, no, I met up with Daniel Sack. Yeah. Now, we had coffee.
Truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've got that on anyway. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high stress situations, but it gives you this half-assed version. Yeah. So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is $15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There was nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I going to do, call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know, you know. The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him, who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and it looked like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up... known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
He's on his Facebook page. That's what I told investigator Hill.
What does that mean? What does that mean? He's always yelling grenade and jumping into a fucking... What does he do? He didn't come back the same. You can't walk down the street with this guy without him. Without him screaming grenade and jumping headfirst into a bush. Oh, I knew a guy like that. It was funny. It just became part of being with him.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
He's a really smart.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook's pages? He just plurifies everything. He purifies and he pluricizes.
People, I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere.
Our relationship isn't doing well. Yeah. Look at his face. Could be Michael Caine. Could be a young Michael Caine. My name.
You know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. she started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world. And I felt at the time, I said to my friends, I've been very careful not to develop like a hindsight bias. I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? He said, you said in June it felt like Wendy was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't she just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to this
I understand.
right now.
I understand.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate, Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe
but-
we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off? What
That's
is
in
the-
July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay, so we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
I can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault thing. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding, okay.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was just, it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? To give you an example, I would just be kissing Wendy, and all of a sudden she's like, like a porn star. I've been with a lot of women. Women don't behave like it's just. And we've been together 9 months. I've never seen this before. It's like
Brand new behavior?
Yeah, brand new behavior. I'm going. What's going on? All of a sudden she wants me to. It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And we went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Had to use the GPS on the way down there, and in it I discover that, last 50 destinations get recorded. I didn't mean to look at this one, but I see she's been in the Hilton in Orlando like 2 weeks ago when she wasn't supposed to be anywhere near Orlando. She had put the Hilton in.
Mm-hmm.
Assumed that's like a sex trip with one of these other boyfriends. So I got really upset with her, and we finally had it out.
In Gainesville?
Yeah. Saturday, I tried to. Thing was, she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee. Then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. And so the only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her. I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old, and completely fell apart when I said, I looked at you, left your planner out on the table, and I looked at it, and they know Zach's names all through it, so can we cut the bullshit and just have an honest conversation,
As in, she was still seeing Zach recently?
Yeah, she saw Zach September to May.
Okay.
And she insisted that they had broken up in the fall, and that his name's not very clever. I mean, it's the thing she's leaving out on the table. And it says Daniel Sack dinner, And she was doing very erratic things, like she would go to Daniel Sack's house, spend the afternoon with him, have sex with him, come see me, have sex with me. I had to go get a full STI workup. I'm putting my stuff someplace that another man's been 45 minutes earlier. She conceded this. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that. Because,
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those.
Gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
Yeah. And I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail. Is my impression, at least. I think that's the one I would use. So we had it out, and the reason that's important is she was very concerned about her social reputation. Are you going to tell anybody about this?
About what? Her having sex with Daniel?
And Miguel and Mahul and other men. Yeah, and I said...
Yeah, and the 15 Miguels and 2 Sanchezes. And the coach for the Cleveland Browns. The Coca-Cola guy and the other one, the politician.
If we stay together, I won't. If we don't, I won't slander you, but let's be adults here. This is Tallahassee. You know how many people I know have cheated their wives in this town? Right. I must be realistic here. I said, I'm not going to try to destroy your reputation, but you made these choices. And by the way, I'm not...
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had 2, what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where I said, she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. And I was like, I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am, I was crying, I was very upset, and I said, you're not a sociopath, you must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath, I don't feel bad about any of this. And she was laughing and describing some of the experiences she'd had with other men, actually. She was making it clear they were very enjoyable and stuff like that. I've never seen that from men. I've never seen that from a woman before. It was...
What kind of...
I said, there was this one night where you said you were at book club. I know you weren't at book club. She's like, I was pretty drunk that night. I had a really good time that night.
Is she rubbing this in your face, you think, or is it...
She was, but it's just strange because I'm not the one that did any. I was completely faithful to this woman, and I was very dedicated. Well, you could ask anybody.
But had there ever been a confusion about, Jeff, I'll just be simple, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
it was under. You understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you.
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew she. I
Right.
knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly. The Daniel Sack thing.
50 dinner parties. That's way too much. The fuck? That's in what time period?
Oh, okay. Jeff, I'll just be simple,
Yeah.
Elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
it was under. You understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you.
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew she. I
Right.
knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend.
From March. Or is he talking about before March he'd been to 50 dinner parties?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew she. I
Right.
knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly.
From March on, I'd been to 50... Sounds like it's before the March. It meant something in March because of the 50 dinner parties that he'd been to previously. But then he's saying she introduced me as the boyfriend. It's confusing. It's still a lot, even in a year. That would be one a week. In the few months that they were together, it must have been like 3 a week. 3 a week to a dinner party. That's too much.
The Daniel Sack thing, they went to the movies and stuff, but in general, they're at his house. I think they went to yoga and some things too. I got some weird looks from people in public sometimes that made me, it's like one of the reasons I got suspicious. I go to yoga and this one guy be looking at us. I was like,
What are you doing there?
like, I just got the impression, like, was she here with somebody else? Right, that kind of thing. But no, I think that was probably maybe what she wanted. I don't know how relevant it is. I guess what's relevant is that she, I'm over the butthurt being thing. This stuff happens. But publicly, I was her boyfriend. I was. That's one of the things that, I don't know if it was an investigative technique or not reading the file, but Investigator Hill kept calling Daniel Sack her boyfriend. And that got me pretty fired up. And that's one of the reasons I might not have made a lot of sense, because that was really, it provoked me. I don't know if that's on accident or purpose, but it was one of these things where, like, he didn't seem to know that I was her boyfriend, and he thought Daniel Sack was. It was one of the
Hale did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to be quite honest. My understanding was Sack was before you and her hooked up.
Yeah, then she went back to him after spring.
But I thought he went west or north or
He was in
something.
Massachusetts, and he left in late May. So there's 2 months there where...
Oh, I thought he'd been gone way before that.
No. He was
May of 2014?
May of 24. May 20th, 2014 is when he left.
Do you know that for a fact?
Yeah.
I got something that sounds conflicting to it. May 20th of 2014?
May 20th or 21st, it was on his Facebook page that he left Tallahassee that day.
Okay.
And, no, I know when he was having sex with him in March, April, and May.
Sack went to Massachusetts.
Amherst, University of Amherst in Massachusetts. And the coffee shop thing was May around that same time. I'd have to look up the exact date, but it was that same
Just
week.
prior to?
Well, I walked in on him having a goodbye coffee together.
Oh, goodbye coffee,
He was leaving town the next day. And that's one of the things I was saying when I was talking to Investigator Hale, is if men obsessed with Wendy are suspects, you can't trust her to tell you the truth about that. I mean, this is a woman who was separated from Danny, had that boyfriend Miguel, and in a deposition lied and said, I'm not seeing anybody. And it's a licensed lawyer who will lie to the court. So that's her narrative to the public, by the way, is that Daniel and I saw each other in the fall, and then that was it.
Say again, please.
That Daniel and I dated in the fall, and then in the spring, her and I had a conversation January 10th, and she told me, like, let's see more of each other, and then as of March 1st, I'm her boyfriend. That's not what happened. She just saw him continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you have water, I'm
Yeah,
going to dry
yeah.
mouth. I'd appreciate it.
This is what people hate. Maybe we should go to the comments. Let's look at the comments. Let's find a negative comment. Negative comment about Jeff. I don't know. I see them all the time pop up. I didn't get married until I was 35. I had lots of women friends who are beautiful, funny, strong, intelligent, and not married. I will never understand, and at my age, am fast not caring to anymore. Why men just love these crazy women. Because they're the most fun. Yeah. Aren't they just? I have seen it go down all my life. What on earth is the attraction? You want to test? Life is full of very serious challenges that will give some white knight plenty of chances to swoop in and save a good woman. What the fuck? So pick a good woman. No, they're dull. But the crazies always have men lined up and willing to go over a waterfall for them. Damn hell yeah. In a barrel. In a barrel. Jeff read Wendy like a book. His take on her actions and reactions throughout this entire thing. Especially her statement to the press after the murder. Him saying she plays the victim so well. Every bit of it was spot on. That's how she's been treated her whole life, and she loves it. Her parents and her brother always handled her with kid gloves. She's a child in an adult's body. Thank you, Victoria March 13th. Sorry. Excuse me. I hope Miss Georgia, Paren Kappelman, is playing the long game with Wendy and saving her arrest and conviction for the last of the people involved in the murder of Danny Markell. I hope her boys understand the truth about their grandmother, uncle, and mom. How sad for them. I hope they open up to the Markells in time before it's too late. Someone called Interior Designer 80 says, I just had a 3-hour therapy session. Wow, thanks, Jeffrey. You're one intelligent guy. And then there's a little love heart there. Oh, what's this guy want? After watching a true mental health professional break down his relationship with Wendy and the Adelsons' bizarre family dynamic, there is no doubt in my mind that Wendy knew about this. Okay. Okay. I wouldn't doubt if she has borderline personality disorder. The free and easy way the lie, discard, and slander people is absolute. The family, excluding Rob, just activate the shit out of each other. The difference in authenticity and goodness between the Markells and their former in-laws is astronomical. I wish all of the victims of this case strength and happiness. Wow. I'm looking for some of the really negative comments. I think they all get voted down, so you wouldn't believe how many there are. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, come on, give me a negative comment. Give me a hate Jeff. That's what we're here to do, defend Jeff. Blah, blah, blah. Stay away from love hearts. Can't believe this. Come on. Gotta get a negative comment. I preface this by saying I'm not a Wendy fan and can't wait for her trial, but I'm a bit creeped out by Jeffrey. His body language is over the top at times, and his laughter seems so forced and tense. I'd love the behavior panel's thoughts. He was definitely stalking her, although he minimizes it, calling it snooping. He's not talking about snooping like around following her. He's talking about he looked in her day planner because she was bullshitting him for months. And he needed proof. That's totally acceptable. He just happened to go to the same cafe she was with another man. She went there on purpose with the other man, knowing that he would be there. Knowing that, hey, Daniel Sack, meet me for coffee at Jeff's favorite place that he goes to every day at the time that he usually goes. That's it. He just happened to discover that her GPS recorded her last destination. Well, it's the same as the, He would have preferred just to, trust her. He tried to read the messages on gifts, and he talks about Googling other men or Googling her name with other men's names. He's never mentioned that. Not that it would matter. Then how he reacts with, Wendy said that. She was like, oh, I Googled Amy Adler. I just know from a Google that she's 50. Then how he reacts with anger to certain things. When the cop reads the email and says, it sounds like you wanted more from the relationship than when another cop had called the other man her boyfriend. The fact he has a list of men's names who she mentioned, so to him, that must mean they slept, or that at every coincidence she was having sex with multiple men. I think he's a man scorned who is desperately trying to show he's over her, but he's still angry. I think he has loads of great information about the murder, but he shows so much hatred, obsession, that if Wendy gets a good lawyer, they will spend a lot of time interrogating Jeffrey and will try to prove he's pinning it on her instead of Charlie because she rejected him. This is so full of shit. We're putting a thumb down. Horrible message. Stupid message. Horrible person. Horrible person. Broken person. Oh. Thank God for that. I was beginning to think I was the only one who thought him weird and a bit of a bunny boiler. Everyone else seems to think he's a saint. He's a saint. He's 100%. No, I'm not putting it. Oh, no. I got to put thumbs down. Thumbs down. No. Horrible. Horrible message. Stupid message. Okay, let's go and play the video again. Now that we found a horrible comment. Horrible comment from a horrible individual. Spiteful. Nasty. It'd be great if Wendy's day planner was in evidence. God, just even without it even being evidence in a murder and so on, it'd just be a fascinating thing to look through, wouldn't it? We've already got her book. Now we just need the day planner. Wow. I guess that was burnt and or thrown into a great big body of water in Florida. I really like these portions where he's sitting in the room. They're great. Just in and of their self, they're great. else is great? Coffee. Boy. Fucking A, bro. Probably boiled with the bunny. The day planner. What did he just do? That's another thing people have a real big problem with. What did he do? He took something out of his mouth and threw it on the floor. I mean, there could be a wastebasket down there. Does that look like it was thrown to a target or just uncaringly to the floor? Let's see. It did look like it was just to the floor. Jeff, that's wrong. She did this. She did this. She's capable.
Thank you so much.
Try not to spill that. Okay. Okay, the 27th of June is when you went to Gainesville.
That's right, 27th to 29th.
All right, 27th through 29th, you're in Gainesville. You see the planner. You see Sack's name everywhere.
Well, I seen it earlier in the month, but I confronted her on that in Gainesville.
Okay. And oh, you at a hotel or something? And so did she get upset with you? Does she claim you're snooping or something? Or
That bothered her, but mainly she just collapsed, just sobbing like an infant, just acting really, really crazy. I mean,
you're basically saying, you know, you're seeing me, but at the same time you're screwing this
I
guy.
said, I know about Daniel Sack, Wendy. I know you never stopped seeing him.
But you already know because you've seen him at the coffee shop. Do you
Yeah,
not?
but I didn't see him screwing. I mean,
No, but I mean, did you place, is this Daniel Sack at the coffee shop?
It is.
You knew that when you saw him?
I knew who Daniel Sack was when I walked in at the coffee shop. I didn't know he'd be there, but I knew I recognized him.
Facial recognition?
Yeah, I looked him up on the web because she talked about him constantly, so I looked him up.
All right.
So, in that, I guess the important thing about that meeting is it seemed to like shatter her. She's so fragile, and she wants to be seen as this moral, ethical person. She's a friggin' humanitarian.
That's totally acceptable, by the way. Like, she's talking about him constantly. like Daniel Sack said this, and Daniel Sack would do this, and all this stuff about Daniel Sack, and then he looks her up on top of all her other suspicious behavior. That's fine. That's normal. That's good. That's healthy.
And on the web, right? I mean, human trafficking and social work. And all
Do what now?
She's like a humanitarian if you look her up on the web.
Okay.
She wants to be seen as this ethical, loyal person.
Okay.
And she couldn't handle it. So she lost her shit in a way I just want to say I've never seen. She sobbed, but the next morning she sobbed all the way from Gainesville to Tallahassee, and I was upset, but it was...
But I thought, and you're just going to have to...
God, I can hear that in my mind. You know how Wendy cries? Like in the interrogation room when she's on her own, she's like... What is going on? Can you fucking imagine that for 3 hours? I'd have pushed her out of the car, seriously.
Bear with me
Sure,
as
sure.
far as...
Pushed her out of a moving fucking car. I'm not pulling over to push you out. Get out now.
I thought that after I can see that she's in this fetal position,
Yeah.
she's demoralized,
Yeah.
whatever, and then I thought she snaps right out of it and says, I had a great time.
That's what concerns me. Is I used to work in a psych hospital. I've seen this kind of stuff before. It's a good question. She was vacillating between, it was crazy. 1 minute confessing, literally telling me I wanted to sexually experiment with people, I wasn't ready, this kind of stuff. The next minute, I never did that. I mean, it was like insane.
Contradicting what you just said?
Absolutely. And on the way back up, she goes, I never did any of that. I said, well, you confessed to me like 7 different times last night. I did not. It was crazy.
Okay.
Absolutely insane. So if it doesn't make sense, I understand, because it didn't make sense.
Okay. Let me go back to this special forces guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was a, one of General Isom's word slips. When he said, after she did that, she demoralized, whatever. I think he was trying to... Jeff said decompensate, right? Jeff said decompensate. General Isom couldn't remember the word, but he used demoralize, which is actually, an action that she would be performing to Jeff, right? Wendy would be demoralizing someone else. You don't demoralize yourself, like decompensate, right? So, I mean, it's just funny because she was demoralizing him, corrupting him, taking away his morals, right? Making him an asset.
So, are you Charlie's friend on Facebook?
I was.
Okay, you were.
I was. It wasn't until all this stuff happened, and then I befriended everybody that was associated with Wendy just to clean my life up.
Okay, but when you were on the Facebook, a friend on Charlie's Facebook page, you're saying that this guy that you knew as being a special forces, ex-military, psychopath, whatever.
Yeah, the grenade guy. Every time we go out with this guy, he yells grenade and jumps in a bush.
My reputation. Yeah.
Okay, by reputation. Did you ever hear a name being called?
There's pictures of him and Charlie together on the page, though.
Okay.
We just
Do
call
you have
him
any
the
of that
grenade
saved?
man.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Can you describe the guy?
I couldn't. I mean, he's a big guy. He looked like a
Tattoos?
Tattoos, looked like an ex-ranger or something. And Charlie doesn't have that many friends. It can't be that hard to track down because there's like this foursome of them that hangs out, and my memory is that he is part of Charlie's crew,
The inner circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And certainly Wendy talked about him a lot. She'd heard a lot of stories, so...
But you can't recall a name?
I can't.
Did Jeff actually
Nickname?
meet this guy? No.
there's all these crazy, and I can't remember the stories, but all these crazy stories when these guys were drinking and partying and stuff, but all stories like that, you know, drinking stories and things like that.
Okay, was there any other, so this
Did he help Charlie steal that big plastic fish from Monty's bar and grill to put on his wall?
this was just what you're seeing on Charlie's page.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have interaction with this guy
Never
directly.
met him. Wendy talked about him periodically because she found him amusing. She'd met him a few times.
And what was?
He's crazy. I mean, you know, but in a fun way. It wasn't like negative. And I mean, if Charlie arranged a killing of Danny Markel, I don't know that it would be that guy. He was just the first guy.
Jeff absolutely has groupies. Samara. You know, he can't even go to the supermarket by himself anymore. They need to form a ring around him.
And it popped into my head, like, well, that's got to be something I was looked at. I mean, you know.
So you're basically putting this guy's face as someone.
Must be so weird to be Jeff, you know. You can't even go out for a succulent Chinese meal without having someone say, "Jeff!" What would the quote be? You know, like whenever someone sees Tom Hanks, they shout, "Run, Forrest, run," or Wilson, you know, "Wilson!" God, that must get annoying, huh? Does that get annoying, Tom Hanks? What would it be for Jeff, though? What would people be shouting out for Jeff? You see Jeff Laccase in a supermarket, and in order to express your excitement at the fact that you've recognized him in public, you yell out, "What?" It would be... What's that one thing? I don't know. Has he got a catchphrase? I would have thought he did. Wendy Adelson to Jill Estrada, new name. Same headlines. Some things are hard to retire, apparently. New name. What do you mean by that?
Who would carry out the wishes of Charlie?
Yeah, because these guys are close friends, is my impression through Wendy. Also, this show looked like somebody who had done this before. This guy's reputation is that he was doing building-to-building combat in Fallujah or whatever, so it wouldn't be a new thing. So that's why.
Yeah, well, that would have probably been a better idea. You know, a better option to hire him, you know, rather than what they got. Which was a coked out fucking meth head mechanic.
And was there any, you know, and we're just talking,
Yeah.
but was there anything that would lead you to believe that this person had committed something like this before?
No, not at all.
So it wasn't like, you know, here's G.I. Joe and got 40 kills under his belt or anything like that.
Oh, I think
Illegal kills.
his reputation was
War
of a
kills.
combat-hardened veteran that had seen real stuff.
How is a periodontist or whatever, Charlie, is some type of specialized?
As a periodontist, that's right.
Okay.
He's a very interesting guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a con man. He's really good with women. He's one of those con man, womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. he doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that like went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into
So
me.
what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and
Yeah. Or Victoria Toyo Open Country says, IDL drumbeat Jeff. Or just start like all doing that beating the chest thing that Martin McConaughey does at the beginning of that Wolf Street movie. What's it called? Wolf on the Wall or something. What is it? Wolf. When Martin McConaughey does that. You know, it's really good. Everyone try and do that in the shower. The Martin McConaughey from The Wolf on the Wall. It's really good. It's but you know, imagine 100 people doing it in a supermarket to Jeff. You know, that'd be great. Freaky.
don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here, but as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do
I
it.
still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July. I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May. You know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple. Can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just two other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent.
Yeah, I don't want to mess up your train of thought, but I want to completely change the subject. I want to put what you want to do on hold and rearrange the format entirely. I don't want to mess up your train of thought here, but could you do a handstand right now in the corner for me?
That's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Say it again.
Yeah, because there's a couple. I thought maybe it was Myron May.
Jeff's about to come out with some goods, you know. I've got a couple more pieces of evidence.
You know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident. I got a couple. Can I give you a couple other things?
Yeah, but just slow for me, please.
Yeah, because there's a couple other, just two other suspicions.
Let me just, before you get into that, I don't want to throw off your train of thought, but I want to address this. This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent. That's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so
Read it upside down, Jeff. I don't want to mess with your train of thought.
this is July 15th. Is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, it would have been Monday, July 14th. That's actually just where I was going right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation and decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah. You know,
She's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because...
This is a good one. The Elvis detective screaming, "You lying sack of shit," to Wendy. You know. You're just a sorry piece of shit that don't give a fuck. For the virtual reality version of taking any interrogation suspect and choosing which detective to put in place. You know, because people... What did people really think about Detective Flores from the Jodi Arias? I mean, I guess it was effective in a way. I mean, it's a little bit unfair when you're dealing with Jodi, but it was kind of, you know, it wasn't like watching fucking Jim Smith and Russell Williams, was it? No, long way off. It wasn't even looking at Graham Coder and Chris Watts, you know. When we find the guy that did this, what do you think we should do with that person? If you're Wendy Adelson, you're going, what should happen to that person? That'd be good, wouldn't it? We'll grab Graham Coder's question. When we find the person that did this, what do you think we should do to that person? What should we do to that person? Bad person?
The parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on the date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date. So I had some hope in terms of the relationship. She said that thing about Charlie. I'm so distracted by this relationship stuff. That's the reason I didn't follow up on that bizarre thing she says about Charlie having Danny killed. But at the end of the night, she wants me to drop all the Daniel Sack stuff, everything else. She goes, that never happened. And I said to her, Wendy, we can break up, but I'm not going to go on a relationship pretending like this didn't happen. It happened. So she doesn't know how to... Danny's the only real relationship she ever had. I said, I know you don't know how this works, but if you want to go to a counselor, you can, or you talk it out. But you don't just say that never happened. This happened. And she's...
Oh, you've got it. You've got it, Toyo. That is it. That is what people should be shouting out to Jeff. Jeff, book club was so good. Did I tell you about book club?
Seem to find that devastating. Back to the who knows about this, who's going to know about this. Does your friend Steven know about this? Oh, Jesus, you know.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
That you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back
Okay.
at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got back cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendy, and I told investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning, maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd locked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together. So I went
where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold. She was done. I could tell. So I'm sitting there at yoga going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, you know, I love you. I don't know what else to say. And she goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not what you want.
So, I love you,
I know.
and she goes, I know.
Oh, yeah.
Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I literally went, okay. And I just turned to leave, and I told Hill this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? We're sorry.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is after the conversation. The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock. at night.
Okay.
Got out of yoga.
Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go? Why am I thinking about not going? She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. It just was bizarre. I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the
Yeah,
same page.
yeah.
And I'm going to read this aloud. So,
Yeah.
so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean, it's...
Well, I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. Is that
Yeah.
not true? I mean, okay, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up. We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right, you're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which had been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement on you're saying the Monday,
Yeah.
which would be the 14th.
Yeah.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay, and then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your...
That was part of the conversation. There was a constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where
But you're saying that, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much.
Yeah, I couldn't-
Is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. I mean, that's nothing.
No, I know, but
He's
what's...
got petty cash in his office.
Okay, but was this like, this option still available? Is that how it was?
It was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this
Yeah.
from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, a statement like this. Don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness. That's
Okay.
to get right. I mean,
All right.
she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendy says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this.
Right.
After Danny got shot, I said, holy shit. I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself
Yeah.
up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see. Is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going to happen, that's
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the
something
bathroom.
like, or her bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all
And
okay.
I say, I had a good time last night, or something like that.
Okay.
It was that kind of thing. So she sends me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. And said, she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone, so confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by, there's Thursday. Thursday, she...
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet. It's still up in the
That's
air.
right, that's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all...
On Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. And that was bizarre to me, because that's a Victoria's Secret dress. It's not a dress you hang out at your parents. You might wear it to a club if you're an undergrad. You might wear it to bed. You don't hang out at your parents' house wearing that dress. And to me, it was...
Was this a dress that you gave her?
No. But you saw the picture. It's fairly scandalous.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
But if you went to Google and type in Wendy's name, she's a pretty girl, but you'll find nothing where she looks even close to how she looks in that picture. She looks gorgeous in that picture.
On the Facebook?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance and how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought, this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture, because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page.
Okay.
All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, I mean, she looks amazing in that picture.
Okay.
She's not even that pretty in real life. That picture, I think her dad...
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot it. They were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. I found this really puzzling, and what some people have told me after the fact is that you know, you guys searched Wendy's stuff. It says, talk to Jeff about stalking in her calendar. If somebody was stalking with you, would you need to write yourself a note to remind yourself to talk to somebody about it? Mm-hmm. It's real strange, especially since I've never did anything approximate.
See, here again with the day planner. You know, talk to Jeff about stalking.
Snooped. I conceded that I snooped. If I had any options, I don't feel badly about it at this point. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return a text message that I sent her. That she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said, they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
That didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
No.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
Fine, why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. Why would I go kill Danny because I'm upset with Wendy? And by the way, as soon as I heard he's dead, I said, that's it for us. She's back in Miami. That's it. I know. It's the dumbest thing ever. That's what I was doing. I work at FSU. I can't move. By the way, I was was in the Air Force. Last time I fired a gun was an M16 in basic training, and I missed the target mostly. I'm not a shot. She also described to me how she knew the details of the crime scene, which sounded very precise, like someone that knew what they were doing. It's implausible she could actually think I did this. I'm a clumsy, absent-minded professor with osteoarthritis and a bad shoulder. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess, that, this was really a possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer the questions you have. I talked to Hale and I talked to you. One of the things that we might want to go over in a minute is when I talked to Officer Hale, I know you guys were under pressure. It was a crisis situation, as you were saying. But I was giving him a list of the men that I knew Wendy had been involved in to some degree. And a lot of times it was just suspicion of sexual involvement. I didn't know, but it's clearly she talked to them about a lot, so it'd be worth looking at. And Officer Hill, or Investigator Hill, was very polite and kind to me.
Wendy
the situation.
was setting up Jeff for her alibi, making him jealous. Wendy left out her day planner for Jeff to see. Wendy had Jane and Robert tell the cops about Jeff as a possible suspect. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir. But it wouldn't be an alibi, It would be a patsy. But I don't believe that Wendy believed that he would actually go down for the murder. It's just way too much. There would be way too much missing. Has it happened? Yes. But is it likely to? No, not really. There's no blood, there's no gun, there's no prints, there's no nothing. There's zero, evidence. And don't tell me, oh, well, they could have said that there was a Toyota Prius. And Jeff drives a car that looks exactly like a Toyota Prius. Because it doesn't. There would be zero. There would be nothing. So, it's just what Wendy wanted from that was just to send the cops, go and put all your manpower on Jeff. Because if all your manpower is on Jeff, it's not on me. It's not even looking for other options. If I can make you believe that Jeff is your man just long enough for you to go and be really distracted while me and my family sneak back down to Miami, seek legal counsel, and then refuse to talk to you ever again, that's good enough for us. Of course, had Jeff actually gone down for it, that would have been fantastic for Wendy. Imagine how much more points she could have squeezed out of her associates. And, not only is she the brave single mother that picked up the pieces for her boys and put them first and gave them a great life and blah, 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 blah. Not only that, but the murderer was her ex-boyfriend. Oh. After Gainesville, I knew there was something wrong. There was something wrong with him. With him, I saw a side to him. The mask had dropped. And I saw another side to him. And he wasn't right in the head. She'd have loved telling that story, it.
Just simply wasn't interested in the long list of names. He said we're looking for a degenerate. We're not looking for these kind of guys you're saying. And I should have been more assertive, but she doesn't hang out with degenerates. If this is actually a contract killing, there's going to be rich, powerful, influential men. And so there's some names that you didn't even want to write down.
Well, we should probably, it's 4 hours, 4 minutes. We probably should come back for part 2, right? We could push on through, but it's getting late for the East, for the money hills as we call it, the East. The money hills, the hills of money, the Appalachian money. And Toronto. Don't forget them. North of the border. So what should we do now? Maybe play 3 more minutes?
So that's the one thing from the previous meeting that was a thing. Just to wrap up the Wendy thing, 10 days later, she texts a friend of mine and says, does Jeff ever even want to talk to me ever again? And
Who was that?
To a Fran Gamori, who's a mutual friend. I was pretty certain she was involved in this too at this point. She'd been down to the house, visited with the family a couple of times.
All right. We've got to get some fucking support in for the FOIA request, right? That's what we've got to do. Fran Gamore has obviously got a fucking video recorded interview. You know? I shouldn't even say that publicly. Why? Because then there'll be a race. There'll be a race. Every creator out there will be putting in requests and they'll block the pipe. Shouldn't even say it. Shouldn't even say it. But we need to get that support in. PayPal. It's on the app. It's modern. It's fresh. It's easy. PayPal. It's instant. Coffee. Very good. Very good. Also very good. And memberships. You know, Patreon links and the merchandise. You know. But real support goes to PayPal. Real support goes to coffee and back here.
Time since the crime, describes it as just a.
But what does that interview say, huh? When something like that hits, that's what's going to take this channel into the 20th century. Yeah, Fran Gamore's interview. What about Stephen Tripodi? The man who broke down in tears. I never should have introduced you to Wendy. Yeah. A lot of people feel like that. What about the person that set up Chris Watts with Shanann? Shit. Let that be a lesson to you. Never set anyone up, ever. It does sound like a horrible idea. Because even if it's not murder, there's going to be some fucking shit and drama at some point, and that'll always be your fault. So just leave it alone, you know, work on your own life. Take care of you.
Bizarre environment when you walk in the room, so secretive and weird. But I mean, that was just strange because she didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong, and by not contacting me, why would she say that if you guys told her not to? I don't want to get my own relationship stuff tied up with the crime stuff, but it's just strange. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendy has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation how the guy get in, or I don't know, the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys and rediscovering them, you know, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that. I don't know if it was helpful or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged.
When you changed her name to Jill Estrada, what has that been official, is it? Yeah. That's all a tactic, though, you know. Just like when people were talking about her moving house or putting the Austin house on the market or, you know, giving up the lease or whatever it was. You know. People were like, oh, she's panicking, she's running, she's going to run. No. It's defense tactic, setting it up, you know. This will be a long con, you know. Charlie Adelson didn't play the long con. Donna Adelson didn't play the long con on any of this. You know, their thing was do it quietly over here, then, you know, hope we don't get caught, realize we don't get caught, go on with our lives. There was no placement, there was no contingency. Horrible. You know, if you do a fucking murder plan and it goes well and you don't get caught and you're free and clear for 2 fucking years, you need to find a way to say, listen, there's no statute of limitations here. Even if this goes cold for 20 fucking years, one day it's going to end up on someone's desk. You know, we hear about that. That's what happened with Stephanie Lazarus, right? Hey, look, crime's just really low now, so Los Angeles is solved. What we want you to do is go into old murders. Clear some of those old murders. Use your time, you know. It would happen. I mean, Dan Markel, even if it just, it was an unsolved murder and people moved on with their lives and it never got solved and it ended up cold and it was a cold case, eventually it would be on someone's desk. You know, imagine that. Donna's already dead. Charlie Adelson's 75 himself and he gets finally brought to justice. And we're all old or dead as well. You know, some of us will be old, some of us will be dead, and yeah. And Georgia Cappleman would still look the same.
And defiant about Danny.
Oh, we really should go.
I told Officer Hale that her...
You know, but the defense strategy will be, see what Wendy Adelson or Jill Estrada has had to been going through with the press, with the fucking podcasters. They were harassing her children. She wasn't safe. And she panicked and changed her name because of the safety of those boys. Those beautiful boys. When I think of those boys, you know, God, I really hope we don't have to put up with that again in the next trial. Those precious little boys.
And Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark.
Right, with that, I think, yeah, right on the puke on the dinner, because we can discuss that tomorrow with some other evidence. Other evidence, great evidence, fantastic evidence, FOIA evidence, maybe. If we can get the support, sure, why not? Yeah, we're going to go, and we'll be back tomorrow, you know, again, and then the next day after that. It's going to be great. It's going to be great every day with you. All right. Bye, Jeff. Good night. And everyone else as well. But mostly Jeff. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying and being here and chatting and supporting and moderating. It's been great. And even better tomorrow when we're back. Okay, good night, and have a safe drive home, and enjoy your Thursday all the way. You know, every bit of it. What you have for lunch, or other things that happen in the day also. Good night.